you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Maconi Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Maconi Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Maconi Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MaconiSetupShop.com and learn why Maconi Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
I'm Ryan Newman, and since I started with Indiana Donor Network and Driven to Save Lives, I found out that some people think that they can't be an organ donor. The truth is, anyone can sign up to be an organ donor.
Anyone?
Anyone?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyone can sign up to be an organ donor. So don't count yourself out because somebody's counting on you. Go to driventosavelives.org and sign up today.
But my heart's going to you, Ryan.
Love that shirt.
And we welcome you live to the Linda's Speedway, what promises to be a beautiful night. Well, it already is a beautiful night, and a beautiful night of racing to come. For those of you watching at home on the National Racing Network, I'm Casey Kreider, glad to take you through all the action tonight. And for those of you watching at the track, it is an absolutely beautiful night for a race. We have been waiting for sunshine like this all April, and here on this 23rd night, we finally get it. Going to be an excellent night of racing. Headlined tonight by a time trial race for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s, and the Excel Modified 600 Modified Tour comes to town. In all four classes tonight, going to need a Consi in every division. The Hype Racing Hoosier Tire Wing 600s back in action after being wingless last week, and the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers return for their second consecutive week at Linda's Speedway. Cannot wait for all the action to take place. Right now, the modifieds are out running in the track, getting the track worked prior to warm-ups, and they are just about ready to begin their first warm-up session, and we'll take you through that. Drops the green flag. All 30 Excel Tour Modifieds were on the racetrack to run the surface in. Looks like they're going to be split into groups, I believe, of about 10 or so. Tour N for the Linda Speedway NSS Property Services Modifieds. This will count as a points race toward both of those divisions. Lead them down. Flying lap. Checkered flag is out for the opening session of warm-ups for the Excel Tour Modifieds. It's Eric Freeman with the quick lap, a 14.406. His quick time. Ty Hoke, second quickest, followed by Tyler Bartik, Colin Myers, and Ray Gradwell, rounding out your top five. Track picking up some speed for this second warm-up session of the Modifieds. Top five quickest on the time charts now, all from that second group of warm-ups. Tiffany Hitzler, the quickest time so far, 14.076. Ed Hollenbach, Matt Warner, Jeremy Gistwhite, and Eric Whitby now round out your top five, all with times in the sub 14.3 second bracket. Kenny Harris's pink and gray accented number 17K goes fourth quickest on the time charts, quickest of anybody in that session, 14.184. It's still Tiffany Hitzler with the fastest time overall, with one more group for the modifieds, I believe, yet to run. Brian Blankenbiller to the top of the charts. Actually, second on the time charts, quickest of anybody in that session. Second quickest overall, a 14.132. His quick time. Tiffany Hitzler will go down with the quickest time of hot laps, 14.076, with Ed Hollenbach, Joe Carter, and Matt Warner rounding out your top five. We have 30 Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s here as well, and they're all, well, not all of them at the same time, but the first group is on the racetrack for warm-ups now. Once again, they will also require a Consi for tonight's racing action. 30 cars here in both the modifieds and the 270s. We've got 29 winged 600s, Hoosier Tire Hyper Racing 600s, and then 21 Chargers here as well. So I believe every single class is going to need a Consi tonight before we get to the feature racing. And of course, these cars will time trial for starting positions in the heat races. Chase Walker, quickest time of that first group of 7 cars to take time, and 13.181 second lap. His quick time, Brian Heist, JT Ferry, Mike Kreiser, Dallas Sanders, Noah Murkey, and Austin Miskowski are the 7 in that order ahead of this second group. By 0.2 of a second, Andrew Dietrich has the quick time now in this second session, after the second session of Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270. It's a 12.789. His quick lap, he's the only one under the 13-second bracket, with Mike Rutherford second, Brandon Heist third, Chase Walker slotted back to fourth, and Brian Heist in the fifth position. Ciao. Third group of Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s ready to take to the racetrack for warm-ups now, with Andrew Dietrich's quick lap of a 12.789. Mike Rutherford, Brandon Heist, Chase Walker, and Brian Heist round out the top five. Andrew Dietrich still with the quickest time after the third session of Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270's take to the racetrack. Nunzi Allegrucci, though, has broken the 13-second bracket, a 12.978. His time puts him second. Mike Rutherford, Brandon Heist, and Richie Hartman, who nearly won last weekend, he is rounding out the top five. Mike Boyer came awfully close to Andrew Dietrich's quick time of the 270 hot laps, a 12.844 second lap for him. That's about half a tenth off of Dietrich's quick time. He will be the fastest At the conclusion of 270 warm-ups, Pete Skias, Don Schmidt, and Jason Swavely on that last session round out the top 5. Checkered flag waves on the first warm-up session for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wing 600s, and the guy who was in victory lane 2 weeks ago when we had the wings on is quickest so far, a 12.362 second lap time for Logan Rumsey, about half-tenth of a second ahead of Nathan Houck in second, Rodney Westay for Trent Yoder, and Jeremy Harshman, beg your pardon, round 5. I was just about to say it's not a huge surprise to see Jesse Maurer to the top of the time charts, but the final car under the flag, Randy Kunkel Jr., one-upped him a 12.275, his quick time. Maurer's time of 12.344 slots in second. Rumsey, Hauk, and Westhafer now round out the top five through two sessions of the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire 600 warm-ups. Once again, 29 of these cars here tonight, so there will not be room for everybody in tonight's main event. Top six finishers in each of the three heat races will qualify through, but we will need to have a Consi later on tonight to determine the remainder of the starting lineup. Third warm-up group for the 600s is underway. It's Mike Rutherford's number 2SX car that goes second quickest overall, a 12.294, fastest of anybody in that session, still a couple hundredths off of Randy Kunkel Jr.'s quick time. Jesse Maurer, Logan Rumsey, and Tyler Brem, who took to the track in that session, his 12.397 second lap rounds out the top five. We'll have one more group of warm-ups still to run for the 600s, and then we'll get into the final warm-up sessions of the nights for the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers. Nice lap time from Logan Road to go quickest of anybody in that warm-up session. A 12.391 slots him in fifth quickest overall. The top four will remain Randy Kunkel Jr., Mike Rutherford, Jesse Maurer, and Logan Rumsey at the conclusion of the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire 600 warm-up sessions. And here come the Chargers, 21 of them here tonight. Will be split among multiple warm-up sessions. They're going to run in the pack in the track up top a little bit before they get up to full song. Top five finishers in each of the three heat races will transfer through to the main event, and the bottom two in each will have to go to the Consi to compete for a spot in the feature. Once again, as a reminder for those of you listening and watching at home on the National Racing Network, these cars score. They do not have monitors on them, so you will not have any race monitor data for warm-up seat races or the feature. We'll do the best we can to paint the picture for you of what's going on. The first group for the Chargers out on track right now of about 7 cars coming to the final lap of their warm-up session. Troy Hostetter in the 0-1 and the 10 of Chucky Kimmel among some of the heavy hitters in that opening group for the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers. Second of, I believe, 3 groups going to take to the track now for warm-ups. Checkered flag in the air on the second of 3 warm-up sessions for the Chargers. We'll have one more of those to come, and then it will be time to go racing. And actually, tonight it'll be time to go time trialing for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. They will take to the track in their time trial session. Francis Gross III and Austin Webster in two very similarly painted cars are among the final 4 cars on track for this last warm-up session for the Chargers. Coming into their final lap. Checkered flag is in the air for the final session for the Chargers. Okay, race fans, it is that time of the night. May you all please rise. Gentlemen, please remove your caps. Turn your attention to the American flag located in turn number 3. And with a little bit of help from Jennifer Hudson, we'll have the playing of tonight's Star Spangled Banner. And on that note, it's time to go racing at the Linda's Speedway. Gonna be a beautiful night. It has been a beautiful day. We have been waiting for sunshine like this all season, and third time is the charm here on this beautiful Friday night. We've got 30 cars here for 270 time trials. The format will be the same as we're used to seeing. 2 cars at a time will go out for 2 timed laps. Now, the top 12 time trialers in total, top 4 in each heat, will be inverted for the heat races. So that's one thing also to keep in mind here is those who qualify fastest will have a little bit of work to do when it comes to the heat races, they won't be able to start just heads up from the front. And here, first two cars take to the racetrack, and the first one will be Richie Hartman. And Hartman, of course, last weekend shoulda, coulda, woulda taken the checkered flag, but that car broke in turn 3 on the final lap. That allowed Pete Skias to scoot by and get his second win in as many races for the 270s. He's out for some revenge tonight. He's on the track with Chase Walker, who's looked quick to start this season as well in the 96W. White flag is in the air. Hartman will come under at first. He will clock in with a time of 12.907. Walker's time across the line, a 13.079. Each car is about half the track apart. Hartman off the pace across the line that final lap, but his first time of 12.907 will stand, but it will not stand at the top of the time charts. Chase Walker, a 12.869. Leapfrogs Hartman by about 4/100ths of a second through two cars. Austin Miskowski's number 39 and the 18T of JT Ferry will take to the track now. Miskowski's car a little bit off the pace. Ferry's actually going to catch him here coming to the green flag. He will get by without an issue, but it looks like Miskowski's still having trouble getting up to speed. That car continues to sputter, and he'll take it off at the exit of turn number 2. Ferry will come around the white flag. .245 his first lap time. Checkered flag in the air for him. He will improve to a 12.983. That will keep him third quickest overall, but he too busts the sub 13 second bracket 3 cars in. It'll be Mike Rutherford in the 27-0 making an appearance at Linda Speedway, and Brian Heist, pretty regular here, driving the number 11. They will take the track next for their time trial laps. Rutherford down the backstretch off the turn number 3 to complete lap number 1 in that 27-0. He'll come under the flag third quickest, 12.935, his fast time. Heist a 13.017. That slots him in 5 of 5 on the opening lap. Rutherford jumps up to second, 12.901. Just eclipses the time of Richie Hartman to move into that second slot. Heist will stay 5th, a 13.017 in his quick time. Mike Kreiser in the 52 and Dallas Sanders, number 94, to the track next. Each time trialer does get a warm-up lap in prior to the green flag. As they come off turn 4, they don't come straight to the green flag. They get one circuit around, then they take the green flag on their second time by before taking the white flag, as Mike Kreiser just did, a 13.227 his lap time. Sanders 13.422. Both drivers going to look for a little bit of gains here on lap number 2. Kreiser will not improve, a 13.311. A little bit slower on his second lap. Sanders 13.437, also a little bit slower and off his quick time. So they will stay 6th and 7th with Matt Fernsler and Don Schmidt in the 19 and 72 cars, respectively, taking to the track. Schmidt was a top 5 timer in practice earlier this evening. Ferns are going to come out of turn number 4. Let's see where this lap puts him. 7th quickest to 13.320. And that car's off the pace at the exit of turn number 2 as Don Schmidt goes to the top of the charts. A 12.802. Meanwhile, Fernsler's car has come to a stop at the exit of turn number 2, and that puts us under the caution. But Schmidt had run the quickest lap so far on lap number 1, a 12.802, about 0.6 of a second clear of Chase Walker's, 6/100ths, I should say, clear of Chase Walker's quick time. They will push Fernsler's car off at the exit of turn number 2. Car looks like it had some speed in it. I think it was starting to lose it coming through turns 3 and 4, and it finally died at the exit of turn number 2. Schmidt, I believe, is going to get one more lap time in here, see if he can prove on his already quickest time, a 12.802. He'll get one more crack at it here. You'll see the checkered from Neil Bortz, and Schmidt does improve by a lot on that second lap, a 12.591, nearly 0.2 of a second, more than 0.2 of a second quicker lap 2 versus lap 1. He's got Walker covered by nearly 0.3 of a second. Back to the second quickest timer. Here's Mike Boyer and Jason Swavely now on the track. Boyer's first lap clocks him in second quickest, 12.776 for him. Swavely follows right behind, a 12.862 slots him in third quickest overall. Coming to the checkers, can Boyer pick up? Yes, but not enough. A 12.689 is fast time. Swavely also picked up about 0.1 of a second on his second lap, 12.794, but they will stay second and third respectively. Pete Skias going for 3 in a row. He's on track now, as is the 18 of Noah Murkey. Skias was dominant on opening night, got a little bit lucky last Friday night. What does he have for an encore performance tonight? It's third quickest overall for him so far, a 12.719. Murkey goes 11th fastest, a 13.259. Skias just barely improves by 1/1000th of a second on his second lap, but that will keep him third quickest overall behind Schmidt and Boyer. Murkey will stay 11th as well, with his quick time of 13.259 seconds. Here's Ben Stolz in the 77S and Scott Gingrich is number 8 to the racetrack. Ben Stolz goes fourth quickest on lap 1, a 12.787, his first lap time. Gingrich slots in, 12.797. That's good for sixth quickest overall. Here comes Stolz off turn 4 to see the checkered flag. He will stay fourth. Slow down a little bit on that second lap. Gingrich will jump up to fifth, an identical lap time to the one run by Jason Swavely at 12.794, as them fifth and sixth quickest, respectively. As we're halfway through time trials, it's still Don Schmidt, a 12.591, his fast time. Mike Boyer, Pete Skias, Ben Stolz, and that tie between Gingrich and Swavely round out the top 5. Steve Dunmeyer in the 5W and Brittany Zeller's B8 take to the track in this next pairing of race cars. Dunmeyer running the bottom side off the exit of turn number 4. He'll see the white flag. 10th quickest for him, a 12.922 second lap time. And Zeller clocks in 15th, a 13.283. Both drivers going to try and improve on lap 2. Dunmeyer will do just that, a 12.839. Picked up about a tenth of a second on that second lap to move him up to 7th. And Zeller also picked up about 0.2. 13th quickest for her, 13.071. The quick time with 12 cars yet to run. Jacob Dunn's number 74 and the 27 of Darren Schott. They're on the track now for their time trials. Both coming under the green flag now. Dunn's car off the exit of turn 4, a little bit off the pace, 13.883, his quick time. Darren Schott, a 13.394. That puts him 17th quickest overall. Dunn not going to be able to improve on lap 2. He will stay 19th, slowest out of the cars to have taken time so far. Darren Schott goes up to 14th quickest to 13.178, picked up about 2.5 tenths on that second lap. And the guy that was quick in hot laps earlier this evening, Andrew Dietrich, takes to the track next with Tyler Putterball. See if Dietrich can back up that quick time from hot laps earlier in the night. Or can Don Schmidt stay atop the timing charts through 10 more cars? White flag in the air. We'll see what Dietrich's first lap looks like. That car falls off the pace as it came under the white flag. He clocks in of 12.922, but he will coast back to the pit area. So an issue for Andrew Dietrich. And the guy that was quickest in hot laps will not be able to that time up. Putterball went 15th quickest on his opening lap, and now he ties with Brittany Zeller, a 13.071, right at the 14th quickest spot. Dietrich's car started to die, it looked like, off of turn number 4. Not sure what that lap would have looked like otherwise, but it certainly had an impact on the lap time that he was still able to run. Ashley Pignoli is number 99, and the 12R, that's Brandon Heist. They're on the track in this next pairing. 8 cars still to try and challenge Don Schmidt atop the time charts. Pignoli comes under the flag, 21st quickest. Heist goes up to 8th, a 12.841 for him. Pignoli's first time, a 13.526. She'll come off turn number 4 and pick up by about 0.2 of a second, a 13.295. Heist could not improve on his opening lap time. He will stay 8th. Trent Eberhardt, Nate Gibble next on the track. They'll be followed by Alex Reinsmith, Dan Boyer, Anthony Yerger, and Nunzi Alagrucci. Those will be the last half dozen that have a shot to knock Don Schmidt off the top of the time charts. Eberhardt, 23rd quickest, 13.569. His opening lap time. Gibble, 17th, a 13.087 on lap 1. Eberhardt got loose and lost momentum off turn number 4. That car may come to a stop before he comes back to the pit area. Gibble does improve just a little bit, jumps up a few spots to 15th, a 13.053. And Eberhardt's car has come to a stop at the entrance of turn number 1. They will push him back to the pit area after he clocked the 24th quickest time. With 4 cars remaining, it's Don Schmidt atop the time charts, 12.591, his quick lap. Then it's Mike Boyer, Pete Skias, Ben Stoles, Scott Gingrich rounding out the top 5. Jason Swavely, Steve Dunmeyer, Brandon Heist, Chase Walker, and Mike Rutherford complete your top 10. Alex Rhinesmith's number 47 off the exit of turn number 4 to the warm-up lap. Dan Boyer will come across as well in car number 6. They will see the green flag as they come off turn 4 this time by. Rhinesmith's going to see the white flag first. And his time, 21st quickest to 13.276. His quick lap. Boyer will go 26th quickest to 13.752. And coming to the checkered flag, will Rhinesmith pick up on lap 2? Yes, he will. 13.106, about a tenth and a half. Pick up on his second lap. Boyer's car picks up just a little bit, but he will stay 26th quickest. And then there were 2. Anthony Yerger and Nunzi Allegrucci, the final 2 to take a shot at Don Schmidt's fast lap time. He was the 10th qualifier. And if he can survive cars number 19 and 20 behind him, he will be the quick hot lap timer in this first time trial race of the season for the 270s. Yerger going to see the white flag first off the exit of turn number 4. Where will his first lap put him? 20th quickest to 13.201. And Nunzi Allegrucci goes 4th. Hang on, 12.779. He's got to find about 2 more tenths of a second on this final lap. We've seen some cars pick up that much. Yerger stays 21st, and Allegrucci will stay 4th, a 12.779, and that means your quick timer for time trials in the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s is Don Schmidt, a 12.591, the quick time of the evening. Mike Boyer, Pete Skias, Nunzi Allegrucci, and Ben Stoles round out your top 5. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Don Schmidt, your quick timer in the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Congratulations, my friend. So job number 1 for the evening is over. Now you'll start 4th in the heat race. Do you have a car? Certainly it's the quickest in single lap. What will it do in traffic?
Yeah, we kind of have to keep up on it. You know, a lot of good guys here tonight. You know, the draw spot kind of helped. It seemed like the times dropped off towards the end. So definitely got to stick with the track, stick with the competition, and see what we got at the end.
All right. Well, you've looked quick in warm-ups. You've looked quick in the hot laps and in time trial. We'll see what happens in the heat race. Congratulations. You're fast timer. So in just a moment, we will get ready to finally go racing tonight. Time trials, hot laps are over. We will start the heats, and there will be 3 heats for this first modified tour race here at Linda's Speedway in 2021. 30 cars split into 3 10-car heats. Top 6 finishers in each heat race will transfer through to the A main. Top 4, they will redraw 4 starting positions. Everyone else will have to fight their way through the Consi. As Don mentioned, as you heard in our interview, it's a stacked field tonight, not just in the 270s, but really in all the classes, and no exception for the Excel Tour Modifieds. Looking down through the lineup for this first heat race, you'll have Jerry Bressler in the 116 and Eric Whitby, who had an up and down opening race at Linda's last weekend, starting on the front row. Looking further back, you'll have the quick hot lap timer, Tiffany Hitzler, starting on the inside of row 3, alongside Brian Blankenbiller, who's also trying to rebound after a rough finish one weekend ago. Hunter Deal, who also looked strong in that main event last Friday night, he will roll off from the 5th and final row, inside that 5th row, starting 9th alongside of Ed Hollenbach. Okay, 10 cars, 8 laps, 6 transfer, top 4 redraw. I'd say those numbers line up perfectly. And here we go for the first heat race for the Excel Tour Modifieds. Lineup goes off like this. Jerry Bressler and Eric Whitby on row 1. Scott Heiser, Corey England make up row number 2. Tiffany Hitzler, Brian Blankenbiller in row 3. Christian Smith, Eric Hollenbach, row 4. And Hunter Deal, Ed Hollenbach round out the 10 starters. Field is going to see the green flag. Start line for the Modifieds is at the exit of turn 4. And here we go. Bressler, Whitby lead him down. Green flag in the air. Whitby's going to get the pull off the exit of turn number 4, and he'll lead him back to turn number 1 and clear for the race lead. Heiser to the inside for second. He'll get through and make that pass. Battle on for third between Bressler and England behind. Brian Blankenbiller and Hitzler trying to close in, and around goes Heiser off the exit of turn number 2. Solo spin at the exit of the second corner. Slides to the infield right inside one of those infield tires. That puts us under caution on the second lap. Eric Whitby had pulled out to a 3/4 of a second advantage. But he'll have to try and do it again. So this time, Whitby will have control for the start with Bressler to his outside. Field will see the 1 to go signal. It'll be England and Brian Blankenbiller on row 2. Heiser rejoins back at the back of the pack outside turn 5. Outside row 5. Field making their way into turn number 3 now, and through the center of the corner they come. Eric Whitby hops on the gas pedal, green flag back in the air, and he'll pull away once again back to turn number 1. Bressler in second. Blankenbiller through on the outside. Here comes Hunter Deal. Big 3-wide move inside turn 3. And he and England make contact with one car. That's Heiser up in the outside wall. And to a stop at the exit of turn number 4. Not entirely sure what happened there with Heiser's car. He was up against the outside wall through the center of 3 and 4. Not sure if he had an issue with the throttle hanging or something of that sort, but he got it stopped, thankfully, at the exit of turn 4. But it's been a rough start to this heat race for the guy that started inside row 2, Scott Heiser. Looks like whatever the issue is, he will rejoin the back of the pack once again, and he's going to have to hustle because here comes Eric Whitby to the green flag. We're back underway again. And for the third time, Whitby clears. Blankenbiller on the inside. He'll race Bressler side by side down the backstretch. Bressler tries to shut the door entering turn 3. Nothing doing. They'll race side by side at the exit of turn 4. Hitzler in 4th. Eric Hollenbach in 5th. Blankenbiller trying to make that inside line work. He will off the exit of turn number 2. Get through to the second spot. Eric Whitby sees the cross flags first. He will come under about 3/4 of a second in front of Blankenbiller. Battle is on for the third spot. Tiffany Hitzler trying to make a power move inside Bressler at the exit of turn 2. They'll continue to race side by side. It's bumpy down there on the inside, and that momentum on the outside is what allows Bressler to hang on to the spot for now. But now Hitzler's going to clear off the exit of turn 2. Bressler thought about trying to come back at the entrance to turn 3, but thought better of it as that door was closing. He'll try to hold off Eric Hollenbach for the 5th spot. Bressler slides way high at the exit of turn number 2. That opens the door for both the Hollenbachs, Eric and Ed, to get through as the white flag is in the air. 1 to go for Eric Whitby. That car once again is rolled over, sparking on the right rear, but it's fast. Coming out the exit of turn number 4, Whitby will take the checkered flag. And that brake rotor, that right rear brake rotor is cherry red. But again, it was fast. Ran the fastest lap of the race on that final lap, and by 1.3 seconds, he beats Brian Blankenbiller to the flag. Hitzler and the Holland box, Eric and Ed, 4th and 5th. And Gary Bressler held on for the final transfer spot, 6th. Hunter Deal, Chris Smith, Corey England, and Scott Heiser will go to the Consi. Bressler just held off Deal at the stripe for that final position. He too going to go off like this. Once again, top 6 transfer. Matt Yoder on the pole in the car number 5Y. Eric Freeman, who was quick in practice earlier this evening, starts in 2nd. Joe Carter, Kenny Harris, they make up row number 2. Jeremy Gistwhite, Ty Hoke in row 3. Matt Kiefert in the 91. And Christian Anati, the winner from last weekend, starts on row 4. Then Colin Myers and Riley Hummel round out the 10 cars. Looks like Kiefert, though, will be a no-show, so we'll have 9 cars. Donati's going to move to the inside of row 4, Myers to the outside, and Hummel all by himself on row 5. Field going to get the green flag this time off the turn number 4. Matt Yoder leads him down. Green flag in the air. We're underway with Heat 2. Hanging tough on the outside. Here comes Kenny Harris trying to go around everybody on the back stretch and off the turn number 3. He'll make that high side work. 3 wide around the outside of Freeman and Yoder and through to the race lead off turn number 4. Put Kenny Harris out in front. Jeremy Gistwhite in 3rd, trying to pull his way through. Eric Freeman able to cross back under the exit of turn number 2, and they'll race nose to tail off turn 4. Gistwhite going to try again now on the inside of Freeman back to turn 1. He will clear. Freeman going to try and get a good run, but he will not have a challenge back to turn 3 this time. And keep an eye on the battle for the 6th spot. Christian Donati, last weekend's winner, runs in 7th, 1 spot out, trying to chase down Joe Carter. And Riley Hummel not giving up either. It's 3 cars under a blanket, 4-6, coming back to the cross flags. Kenny Harris is checked out. He's got about 8 car lengths back to turn number 2 on Matt Yoder, Jeremy Gistwhite, and Eric Freeman. Ty Hoke runs comfortably in 5th. Joe Carter hanging on to that last transfer spot. He's got about 2 car lengths on Donati, back to turn 4. Carter going to see if he has a look at Hoke as they come back to turn number 3. That could be the battle coming off the 4th corner. Could Hoke perhaps fall back in the clutches of Donati and Hummel with 2 laps to go? Kenny Harris all by his lonesome out in front. That's exactly where he'd like to be. Coming back to the white flag. 1 lap to go for him. Yoder, Gistwhite, Freeman, and Hoke, your top 5. Don't think Christian Donati is going to have anything for Joe Carter unless one of them makes a mistake in front. Coming to the checkered flag, Kenny Harris gets it done. He'll win heat race number 2. Yoder comes home 2nd. Gistwhite, Freeman, Hoke, and Carter are the 6 transfer cars. Donati, Hummel, Colin Myers, and Matt Kiefert, who did not start, they will all go to the B main. Okay, here we go. Third and final heat. Once again, top 6 go through. Lineup's going to go like this. Josh Bewley will start from pole position. Tim Vidal alongside. Tyler Bartik in the 85 AM and Chad Miller's number 34 start in row 2. Ray Gradwell, Austin Daniels in row 3. Sam Shikatano and Thomas Preichka in row number 4. Matt Warner, Ron Baer round out the 5 rows, 10 starters. Here we go. 8 laps. And once again, keep an eye on the battle for the lead, but also keep an eye on the battle for 6th. Bewley down to the green flag, and here we go. He gets a great start past Vidal. That'll leave Vidal to race side by side with Bartik back to turn number 1. Bartik's going to clear off the exit of turn 2. The battle's going to be on further back. Chad Miller on the outside trying to see if he can make something happen alongside Ray Gradwell with Shikatano running in 6th. Austin Daniels going to have a look inside Shikatano at the exit of turn number 2. Meanwhile, 1 row in front. Gradwell throws it in on the bottom of turn number 3 to get under Tim Vidal. And meanwhile, we got a spinner to the inside of turn 4. Austin Daniels, that's going to bring out the caution as his car slid, trying to get under Sam Shikatano at the exit of turn number 4. Tyler Bartik's car running in the 2nd position, and we got a note up here to the press box to thank Keith's Garage, Just Water Inc., Illuminati Customs, and Strauss Electric for sponsoring Tyler Bartik's car tonight. That car on the inside of row number 1 here. Josh Bewley elects to start on the outside line. That's what has Bartik on the inside of row number 1. Bewley will have control for this restart. Race control telling Bewley to pick up the pace just a little bit as they lead him down to the start zone. It'll be he and Bartik on row 1, Gradwell and Shikatano back on row 2, Vidal and Miller lining up on row 3. Those are the 6 cars in right now. Matt Warner, Thomas Preichka, the first 2 on the outside looking in. Green flag in the air. Bewley fires away first. Gradwell going to try to have a look inside. Bartik back to turn 1. He'll race 3 wide on the bottom side of Bartik and Shikatano off turn 2. They'll get it sorted out back to a double wide battle between Bartik and Shikatano back to turn 3. Shikatano going to try and cross back under at the exit of turn 4, and they'll race side by side down to turn 1 for the 2nd spot. Shikatano on the inside trying to run Bartik up just a little bit. Back to turn 3. He's going to pull to the entrance of the corner, and we got 1 car spinning. It's Vidal in turn 3. Chad Miller goes up and hits the outside wall, and he's going to be the car left stopped at the entrance of turn number 3. All started when Tim Vidal got sideways and turned around. Chad Miller trying to take evasive action. Got up and into the outside wall, but he's gotten that car back running pretty quickly. Although there may be an issue with that car. He's going to pull it back to the pit area. Might have been a little bit of damage that wasn't just cosmetic on Miller's car. Bartik's going to keep that 2nd spot over Shikatano as we come for a double file restart. And once again, it's going to take the outside line. As we're halfway home, 4 laps down, 4 to go. Field in the hands of Bewley, who got caught up in a lot of incidents last week, and not many of which were his own doing. That car suffered a lot of damage, but they've gotten it repaired, brought back out, and it looks quick so far. He'll step on the gas, green flag back in the air, and it's a hornet's nest back behind for 2nd. Bartik going to try and keep his nose inside Bewley, but he's going to have to battle with Gradwell at the exit of turn 2. They'll race back to 3. Bartik will clear for the time being. and take away Gradwell's line, entering the corner. That'll leave Gradwell and Chickatano to race nearly side by side back to turn number 1. And here comes Matt Warner working his way now to the inside of Chickatano at the exit of turn 2. He's up to the 5th spot. Austin Daniels in 6th holds down the last transfer spot with 2 laps to go. Thomas Preichka trying to close in. Tim Vidal there as well. Josh Bewley has pulled out to the advantage, though. About 5 car lengths back to the white flag. Side-by-side battle for 3rd. Further back, Chickatano and Gradwell race side-by-side under the flag. Chickatano on the inside, Gradwell on the outside. Chickatano going to complete that pass, the exit of the corner, coming to the checkered flag. Thomas Preichka going to have a look inside Austin Daniels for the last transfer spot, but will not get there. Meanwhile, Josh Bewley takes the victory by 1.147 seconds in the 3rd and final heat race over Bartik, Chickatano, Gradwell, Warner, and Daniels. Preichka, Vidal, and Ron Baer will head to the Consi, as well as Chad Miller, who failed to finish. In just a few moments, we'll see the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wing 600s take to the track for the first of their 3 heat races. They're split into heats of 10, 10, and 9, and in all of them, the top 6 will qualify. Once again, top 4 will redraw. It's a pretty common theme going back through the field tonight, as once again, every class will have a Consi. Taking a look through the lineup for this opening heat race, it'll be Richie Hartman, who, as we've mentioned, came so close to winning that 270 race last weekend. He'll start on the pole. Jason Swavely, who's seen a lot of success at Lanco so far to start this season, he'll start on the second, or on the outside of row 1, second position. Jesse Maurer, always one to watch. He'll start outside row 2. All right, here we go. This first heat race just about to take to the racetrack for the 600s. 8 laps, top 6 qualify. Starting lineup goes like this. As we mentioned, Richie Hartman and Jason Swavely. They start on row number 1. Hunter McFadden starts inside row 2 alongside Jesse Maurer. Then on row 3, it'll be Rodney Westhafer in the 44 inside the 2S of Garrett Smith. 21C of Dustin Roberts, the 56 of Tyler Henry make up row number 4. And then on row 5, it'll be Mason Beinhauer in the 21 and Cody West, number 117, starting on the 5th and final row. Lights will go out next time by as the field comes back to the start line. One to go signal is given, and we'll have to see who establishes themselves as the early favorites through these heat races. Hartman on the inside, Swavely on the outside, field working their way through turns 1 and 2 right now. To the backstretch start line, they'll come. Field in the hands of Richie Hartman. He'll stand on the gas. Even start back to turn 3. He and Swavely race side by side, and they'll continue off the exit of turn number 4. Swavely pulls ahead on the outside. Hartman not giving up on the inside line, but he'll have to concede that spot. And Jesse Maurer trying to follow through. He'll slide into third and try to go to work on Hartman for the runner-up position. Battle on further back. Tyler Henry inside Hunter McFadden. Roddy Westhafer follows him through, and now he's got ideas of going inside Henry back to turn number 3. That's the battle for the 4th spot. Meanwhile, Jesse Maurer having a look inside Richie Hartman back to turn number 1. That's the battle for 2nd. Maurer going to try and get momentum off the bottom side, and he will clear back to turn number 3. Unless Hartman can get a big run off the corner, he's going to try to stay there. But Maurer just about to complete that pass, and he does. The exit of turn number 2. Battle going to be on for the 6th and final transfer spot. Dustin Roberts holds it down for now. Garrett Smith about 2 car lengths back as the field sees the cross flags. Jason Swavely's pulled out to a nice little advantage, about 1.3 seconds. You'll see 3 laps to go this time by. Jesse Maurer closes in just a little bit that lap. And here comes the battle for 6. Garrett Smith on the inside. Dustin Roberts on the outside. They'll race side by side off the turn number 3. Roberts hangs on to the advantage for now, but Smith not giving up on the bottom. 2 laps to go. Jason Swavely going to see the white flag this time by. Smooth sailing for him out. Roberts has gained about a 3-car length advantage over Smith as they come back to turn number 1. Jason Swavely going to see the checkered flag. He'll win heat race number 1 for the 600s. Maurer 2nd, Hartman 3rd, Westhafer 4th. Henry and Roberts hang on for the 6 transfer spots. It'll be Garrett Smith, Cody West, Hunter McFadden, and Mason Beinhauer heading to the Consi from that first heat race. Tyler Brem going to start on pole position for heat race number 2 for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire 600s. Nathan Houck in the 32 will start alongside him on row number 1. Trent Yoder makes up the 2nd row. Looks like Logan easy for me to say. Logan Rumsey's going to start alongside in row 2. Matt Warner was slated to start in 4th, and now he will join the field, it looks like. They will give Warner his spot, so he will start outside row 2. It'll be Logan Rumsey, the winner from 2 weeks ago, and Brian Kramer in the 71 on row 3. Mike Thompson and Randy Kunkel Jr., who was quickest in hot laps, will start in row 4. And Josh Smith in the 21S and the 76 of Bill Billett start on row 5. Field looks to be in order now, and with that, Mike Batts will give the 1 to go signal. And here we go. Field is going to be in the hands of Tyler Brem. Back to turn number 3 as they will hit the gas. Coming to the backstretch start line. Green flag in the air. Brem gonna clear. Yes, he will. Off the exit of turn 4. No, he won't. Here comes Hauk. Big run on the outside. And Yoder trying to make it 3 wide on the inside. They'll race side by side. Hauk goes top to bottom, and it's 3 wide back to turn 3. Hauk on the inside. Yoder on the outside. And Brem had to get out of it there. He'll try to dime it off the exit of the corner and come back to second, but it's Trent Yoder to lead lap 1. Slide job from Brem. He backs up into Nathan Hauk at the exit of turn number 2, and they'll continue to race and slide it through turns 3 and 4. Brem on the inside, Hauk on the outside. Brem takes the position back. Hauk tried to challenge back to the inside of turn number 3, but couldn't get the momentum he needed. He'll slide into third, and now he's going to lose that spot as he runs high. Logan Rumsey will get under for the 3rd spot, and that opens the door for Matt Warner to try and get through to 4th. Trent Yoder has checked out in front of the field, coming to the cross flags. He's got about 7-8 car lengths back to Tyler Brem. Battle on for the 3rd spot. Logan Rumsey shuts the door on Matt Warner through turns 1 and 2. And opens up about 5 car lengths back to the next set of corners. Yoder continuing to lay down quick lap times. 12.422. Quick time of the race so far. Set by car number 66 out in the wind. 2 laps to go. Randy Kunkel Jr. has gotten past Nathan Hauk for the 6th and final transfer spot. Mike Thompson's going to have to be the one to try and close a nearly 7-8 car length gap back with 1 lap to go. Hauk's car is loose through turns 3 and 4. That's going to give Thompson a shot here with 1 lap to go. Yoder's going to see the checkered flag, keep an eye on the race for the transfer spot. Hauk, if he can hang on to it, gets through turns 3 and 4 much better that time, and he will hang on to the 6th and final transfer position to get through to the A main. It's Yoder, then Tyler Brem, Logan Rumsey, Brian Kramer, and Randy Kunkel Jr., your top 5, with Hauk 6th, Thompson 7th. Actually, beg your pardon, Matt Warner finished in the 4th position. Did not have a scoring transponder on that car, so we're reading off the results a little bit wrong. So it's Yoder, Brem, Rumsey, Warner, Kramer, and Kunkel. Those are the 6 who transfer. Hauk finishes in 7th. He will go to the Consi, as will Mike Thompson, Josh Smith, and Bill Billett. Third and final heat race is going to go off like this. It'll be 9 cars deep, and once again, top 6 transfer. Lineup looks like this. It'll be Jacob Homnick in the 12, starting on the pole position. Zach Weisenfluh in the 24W starts alongside. Jeremy Harshman and Brock Putterball start on row number 2 together. Tyler Lease in the 71L and the 32J of Jaden Remensnyder start on the 3rd row. Jackson White and Logan Road make up row 4, and Mike Rutherford will start shotgun on the grid. Green flag in the air. We're underway with the 3rd and final heat race of the evening. Bumpy through turns 3 and 4. Harshman had to get out of the gas big time and lost a couple spots. Back to turn number 1. Off the exit of turn 4, it's Homnick with the initial advantage. He's got about half a second on Weisenfluh. Weisenfluh's got about another 3/4 of a second. Back to Lease in 3rd. Everybody singled out for the time being. Harshman going to slide to the inside, and he will not save it. He will slide into the tires just in front of that light pole at the exit of turn number 4 and try to get it back fired away. With 2 laps in the books, it'll be Homnick, Weisenfluh, Lease, Putterball, Remensnyder, and Rutherford. Those are the 6 cars in position to transfer right now. Jackson White, Logan Road, and Jeremy Harshman are the ones on the outside looking in. 2 laps down, 6 laps to run. One to go signal is given. Lights are out on the fence, and here we go. With 6 laps to run, Jacob Homnick got out to the good initial start. Pulled away by about 2/3 of a second over Zach Weisenfluh in second. Can he build that advantage once again as we come back to the green flag? Feel pretty stacked up back to the start. Remensnyder and Rutherford look to the outside. Rutherford going to cut to the inside now, and they will be 3 wide back to turn number 1 as they both go inside. A Brock Putterball at the exit of the corner. Rutherford's going to get through to 5th. 4th, beg your pardon. Remensnyder through to 5th, and Putterball going to slide in 6th. He and Remensnyder bang at the exit of turn number 4 as Putterball got a good drive off the exit of the corner, and they made contact. They continue to race side by side and make contact off the turn number 3. Putterball on the inside, Remensnyder on the outside. Putterball going to clear for the time being. Remensnyder going to try and come back on him. Those two currently are in the last 2 transfer positions. Logan Road gets past White at the entrance of turn number 3 to get through to 7th, but he's the first car on the outside looking in for the time being. Battle on between Tyler Lease and Mike Rutherford back to turn number 3. Lease trying to cross him back over. A little bit of damage. That front wing of that car appears to be hanging off a little bit. But it's still run. It's still trying to compete. Rutherford's going to complete that pass off the exit of turn number 2 and back to the white flag. And around goes Logan Road in turns 3 and 4, and that's going to put us under caution. He was trying to chase down Jaden Remensnyder for the last transfer spot, was about 2 or 3 car lengths back. And now, with a caution, that's going to put us under the yellow flag and set up a 1-lap shootout to finish the 3rd and final heat race for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire 600s. Road will get back fired away, but he will have to rejoin in 9th. He's going to have to leapfrog 3 cars in a lap here to transfer through to the A. It'll be Homnick, Weisenfluh, Rutherford, Lease, Putterball, and Remensnyder. Those are your top 6. Then Jackson White 7th, Jeremy Harshman 8th, and Logan Road rejoins in 9th. One to go signal, and it's going to be green and white flag when they come by. This time by Jacob Homnick has led all 7 laps of this heat race so far, and he'll be all by himself out in front. Restart in his control. Green and white flag in the air. Good restart from Mike Rutherford. He'll go to the inside of Weisenfluh and complete that past the exit of turn number 4. And he'll go to work on Homnick back to turns 1 and 2. Coming back to the 3rd corner. Rutherford going to drive it in on the bottom, but he's not going to be able to get the drive off. Jacob Homnick's going to win the heat race. Rutherford comes home 2nd. Then it's Weisenfluh, Lease, Putterball, and Remensnyder. They hang on for the top 6 spots. Jackson White comes home 7th, Logan Road 8th, and Jeremy Harshman 9th. But those drivers will all have to go to the Consi. Rutherford just about went from worst to first in that heat race. Keep that in the memory bank for later on tonight. But Jacob Homnick's car looked quick out in the wind, and he takes home the 3rd and final heat race victory for the 600s. We will now head to 3 heat races for the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers. 3 heats of 7 cars apiece. Top 5 qualify through to the A-main. Top 4 redraw for starting positions. front row of this heat race could be a battle for the win later on tonight. We'll have to see. Troy Hostetter and Ed Hollenbach, those two, no stranger to battling for the victories, not just in heat races, but in features. They start on row 1. Sean Yeagley in the 95 and Francis Gross III in the 09 start in row 2. Daryl Wagner, Sam Yeagley in row 3, and Carol Walters in the 43 rounds out the 7-car lineup. Here we go. Green flag in the air. 8 laps, ready to rock, and a little bit of contact to the exit of turn 4. One car into the infield and into an infield tire. That is Sean Yeagley, and he will come to a stop at the exit of turn number 4. Car never really got going. He might have had a little bit of help from Daryl Wagner on the inside of row 3. Once again, as a reminder that to those of you watching at home on the National Racing Network, no live timing for these cars, so the race monitor data still has the results from the most recent heat race up on the board. That timing will return for the 270s after these 3 heat races for the Chargers. I'm no Picasso, but I'll do the best I can to paint the picture for you at home as we are ready to go now. Field getting into the correct lineup. Field will see the green flag this time by. It'll be Hostetter and Hollenbach leading him down to the green flag, and we are underway once again. And those two lead on each other at the exit of turn 4, and Hollenbach's going to make the pass on the exit of turn 4. He'll clear it at the exit of turn 2 as Sean Yeagley once again pulls to the infield. Issues for that car, but Hollenbach gets away by about 3 car lengths back to turn 3. Battle on for the 3rd spot. Sam Yeagley on the outside, Francis Gross on the inside. They'll race side by side back to turn number 1. Yeagley going to slide down in front and shut the door. 3 cars under a blanket. Yeagley, Gross, and Wagner, 3rd through 5th. As Hollenbach continues to hold a 4-car length advantage back to turn 1. Hollenbach now starting to really stretch out the legs in that 00 car. He was dominant in last weekend's feature, and he's pulled away by about 7 car lengths down the backstretch. Issue for Francis Gross III. He had to get out of the gas. The exit of turn 2, racing side by side with Yeagley. He falls back to the 5th spot as Carol Walters pulls to the infield. So we've still got 5 cars left running. Three laps to go for Ed Hollenbach, and it's all smooth sailing for he and Hostetter. They've put about a straightaway on the battle for the 3rd spot. Daryl Wagner going to try and heat up Sam Yeagley for the 3rd position. Ed Hollenbach going to get around on the outside of the lap car of Carol Walters, and he's got about half the backstretch on Troy Hostetter as they come back to turn 3. From the outside pole, it did not take him long to pull away once again, and he's establishing himself as the favorite for the 2nd consecutive week, running that top side. That's the popular line right now for the Chargers. We'll keep an eye on the battle for 3rd, but as the field comes under the checkered flag, it'll be Ed Hollenbach to get there first. Troy Hostetter will come home 2nd. And as they come off turn 4, looks like Yeagley's going to hang on as he and Gross run nose to tail 3rd through 5th. That's the order they will finish in, with Carol Walters coming home in 6th and Sean Yeagley failing to finish. That car pulling to the infield on the green flag. Okay, Heat 2 going to take to the track next. It'll be Josh Michael in the 2M, starting on the inside on the pole position. Chris Smith on the outside of row 1. Chris Kinane in the 13 and the 09B of Austin Webster will start in row 2. John Manns, Chad Kreiser, row 3, and Ronnie Rhodes going to bring up the back. Looks like Webster's going to choose to start from the back of the field. So that's going to move Manns' checkered flag-colored car to the outside of row 2 alongside Kinane. And here we go. Field going to come back to the backstretch start zone, and green flag is in the air. And side by side, Michael going to race with Smith, and Smith is going to get the pull on the top side from the outside pole. The 69 senior car through to the race lead. Kinane in third. Front two have pulled away just a little bit. Smith by about 4 car lengths back to Michael. Michael by about 4 more back to Kinane in the battle for that position as Ronnie Rhodes runs in the 4th spot. And now an issue for Michael, and around goes Kinane off the bumper of Ronnie Rhodes at the exit of turn 2. And that all started when Josh Michael came to a stop at the exit of turn number 2, and then Chris Kinane tried to shut the door on Ronnie Rhodes. Might have came down a little bit across the nose and spun out down the backstretch. They will send Rhodes to the back for that contact. Okay, lights are out, and here we go once again. Now Chris Smith going to start out in front. Going to be a single file start, and they're going to wave it off for a sec here. And we'll try it again. Chris Smith out in front, Chad Kreiser in second, John Manns, and then Austin Webster in the 4th position with Kinane and Rhodes rounding out. The 6 cars still running. Green flag back in the air. Back to turn 3. Smith will lead them. Everybody runs singled out through turns 1 and 2. Chris Kinane's car looks loose. The exit of turn number 2. We're used to seeing that out of the 13. They say loose is fast. He's going to try and see if he can make his way to the inside of Webster off the exit of turn 4. As Smith has pulled away by about 6 car lengths. The exit of turn number 2 over Kreiser. Kreiser's got 4 more over Manns. And then it's back to the battle for 4th spot. 3 cars under a blanket. Webster, Kinane, and Rhodes. Back to the cross flags, they'll come this time by. 4 down, 4 to go. Top 5 transfer. That's the battle. Keep an eye on. Chris Kinane has that spot for the time being. Now he'll move to the inside of Austin Webster at the exit of turn 4. Complete that pass. And going to try and open the door for Ronnie Rhodes on the inside to come with him. Rhodes' car slides the exit of the corner. He's going to keep it straight, but he'll have to go back to work on Webster. Back to turn 3. Kinane, little bit of contact to the back bumper of John Manns off the exit of turn 4. Little love tap to the back bumper, and caution is out. Looks like there's a piece of debris on the back straightaway that's put us under the caution flag. with 3 laps to run. And with 6 cars still running, the battle to watch will be the one for the last transfer spot in 5th between Austin Webster and Ronnie Rhodes. Lineup is in order, and it looks like we'll see the one-to-go signal this time by from head starter Mike Fry. He will give it over Chris Smith, who leads, Chad Kreiser, then John Mans in the 3rd spot, Chris Cunane in 4th, Austin Webster in 5th, and the 28 junior of Ronnie Rhodes, the one car on the outside looking in, trying to pounce. Green flag back in the air to turn number 3. Chris Smith pulls by about 2 car lengths. There's contact between Chris Cunane and the 0-1 of John Mans. Little bit of contact from the back bumper of Cunane to Mans, and both cars spun in turn 4. Cunane tried hard, was a little bit eager to make that move to the inside of John Mans, and perhaps that was the racing equivalent of ball don't lie as both cars spun at turn number 4. And they will line up in the same order. Mans in 5th, Cunane in 6th, and they'll try it again. Mans' car pulls off at the exit of turn number 2, and that means we should have our 5 to transfer to the AMA. Now the question is, what order will they finish in? It's Chris Smith, Chad Kreiser, Austin Webster, Ronnie Rhodes, and Chris Cunane in that order. Green flag back in the air. Smith once again leads them down with 3 laps to go. Ronnie Rhodes had a look inside Austin Webster. Webster shut the door. Now Rhodes trying to come back to the outside, but hangs on to the position 4 now with Chris Cunane lurking back in 5th. Here comes Rhodes, going to get a pull off the exit of turn number 2. They'll race side by side back to turn number 3. Webster on the outside, Rhodes on the inside, but Rhodes gets pinched down, and Webster's going to hang on to that spot with 2 laps to go. Smith has pulled away by about 6 car lengths over Kreiser. That's another 2 back to this battle for 3rd. As the field will see the white flag this time by Chris Smith out in front. Chad Kreiser in 2nd. Austin Webster in the 09B in 3rd. Here comes Rhodes trying to have another look to the inside with Chris Cunane lurking back. It's going to be a 3-car battle for 3rd behind the front 2 as they come to the final set of corners. Chris Smith's going to take the checkered flag. Ronnie Rhodes goes sideways inside of Austin Webster, trying to make that move happen. He will slide to the infield and come home in the 5th position behind Cunane, who finished 4th, Webster, who finished 3rd, Kreiser, who finished 2nd, and the heat race winner, Chris Smith. We will have one more heat for the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers to take to the racetrack. 7 cars strong, just like all the others. Top 5 qualified, top 4 redraw. Dale Kreiser going to start on the pole for this one in the 7-11. David Fiddler starts to his outside. Chucky Kimmel in the 10 will make up row 2 alongside of Shane Flaherty. Justin Regals, number 97, starts alongside Lila Reagan in the 69 junior, or at least is slated to, and Haley Smith in the 23. Looks like she will pull up alongside a Regal as Reagan's car not yet out there. 1 to go signal is given. Field is going to be in the hands of the 7-Eleven of Dale Kreiser. I will get a Slurpee joke in before the end of the season, I promise. But for now, it's Dale Kreiser gonna lead him down to the backstretch start zone. David Fiddler alongside Chucky Kimmel, Shane Flaherty waiting in the wings to pounce. Green flag in the air. We're underway with the third and final heat race for the Chargers. Chucky Kimmel going to have a look to the inside of David Fiddler, back to turn number 1, and looks like he's going to complete that pass off the exit of turn number 2. Move Kimmel up to position number 2. Shane Flaherty going to get under David Fiddler as Fiddler's car ran high and up into the marbles at the exit of turn 2. They will race door to door off the exit of turn 4. Fiddler car once again runs high, and that's going to allow Flaherty to clear. Kreiser holds about a 2-car length advantage over Chucky Kimmel as the field comes back to complete the second lap. And they've put about a straightaway on Shane Flaherty in the battle for the third spot. Flaherty, Fiddler, and Regal all under a blanket. Haley Smith's car has fallen off the pace a little bit, but she's staying out there in 6th spot. Might need a mechanical issue, though, from one of these top 5 to get into a transfer position as Fiddler's car once again runs high off the exit of turn 4, trying to see if he can get back around Flaherty for that third position, and Justin Regal waiting in the wings. Field going to see the cross flags this time by. Dale Kreiser is going to move to the inside of the lap car of Haley Smith. So too will Kimmel. It's still 2 car lengths separating those two back to the back straightaway. Through turns 3 and 4. That gap not going to close. In fact, Kreiser might have picked up a car length or 2. Back to turn number 1. Battle continues to rage on for third, and David Fiddler might have bit off a little more than he could chew there, trying to get to the outside of Flaherty. Couldn't make that move happen. He'll lose the 4th spot to Justin Regal at the exit of turn 2 and have to try and regroup. Kicked up a lot of dust to the exit of turn number 4, but keeps it straight. 2 laps to go, as Dale Kreiser and Chucky Kimmel have put half a lap on this 3-car battle for third. Field will see the white flag this time by. 1 lap to go for Dale Kreiser. Looks like it's going to be smooth sailing for him all the way back to the checkers with no mechanical issues. Here comes Justin Regal to the inside of Shane Flaherty. This is the battle for the 3rd spot, as Kreiser's going to come out of turn number 4 and see the checkered flag. Leads all 8 laps to win the 3rd and final heat for the Chargers. Chucky Kimmel comes across in 2nd. And it looks like this battle for 3rd is going to be won by Shane Flaherty. He'll come across 2 car lengths in front of Justin Regal and 2 more back to David Fiddler in 5th. Haley Smith rounds out the 6 finishers. And Lila Reagan did not start. Have to see if whatever issues they had on that car can be resolved, and she can come out for the Consi. Okay, here we go. Heat race number 1 for the 270s. It'll go off like this. First of 3 heats, and 30 cars here split among 3 heat races. Chase Walker going to start from the pole position. Jason Swavely in 2nd. Nunzi Allegrucci and the fast time trialer Don Schmidt starts in 4th. Remember, the top 4 were all inverted from their original heat race starting positions. So that's why Schmidt is 4th, Allegrucci is 3rd, so on, so up. Andrew Dietrich, they've gotten that car repaired. He ran a hot lap prior to this heat race, and whatever issues he had in time trials have been remedied. He'll start inside row 5. Nate Gibble will start alongside him in 6th. Alex Rhinesmith, Mike Kreiser make up row number 4, Matt Fernzler, Dan Boyer in row 5. The top 2 from this heat race will advance to the dash. Top 6 qualify. And here we go. Green flag in the air. Chase Walker and Swavely race side by side through turns 3 and 4. Good run by Walker on the inside. He will clear Jason Swavely. Gets a little bit loose, though, and that opens the door for Nunzi Allegrucci on the inside to try and get a drive off turn 2. He will go all the way down to the bottom of turn 3, and a power move on the inside by Nunzi. Gonna get him through to the race lead off turn 4, but here comes Swavely trying to charge right back. He tried to get from 3rd to 1st in a corner, couldn't do it, and now that car's off the pace at the entrance of turn number 3. Swavely with an issue. Everybody's going to split around him. He's going to pull it to the infield. Tough break for Jason Swavely. Have to see if they can get whatever issues he had remedied and back out for the Consi, but it's Nunzi Allegrucci out in front. 3 laps in. Chase Walker second. Don Schmidt third. Nate Gibble, Andrew Dietrich, and Alex Rhinesmith are the 6 transfer cars right now. Matt Fernzler the first on the outside looking in. Field comes back to the cross flags. Battle on for 7th spot. Fernzler on the outside of Boyer, but that's 1 outside of the transfer position. Here comes Andrew Dietrich to the inside, and Nate Gibble made that pass look easy at the exit of turn number 2. Move the 8th spot. But it's Nunzi Allegrucci who's pulled out to the advantage. Got about 8 car lengths back to turn number 3. He'll see the twin sticks this time by. Fernzler with an issue. That car off the pace back to the infield. So he and Swavely, both with mechanical issues, will head to the Consi. He was just outside of a transfer spot prior to that incident. Allegrucci will take the white flag. Walker in second. Schmidt, Dietrich, Gibble, and Rhinesmith are the 6 right now. Dan Boyer about 4 car lengths back. Going to need a big last lap to close as the checkered flag falls under Nunzi Allegrucci. He's the winner of the first heat race for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Dan Boyer tried to close on Alex Rhinesmith, but could not get there for the final transfer spot. So it'll be Allegrucci, Walker, Schmidt, Dietrich, Gibble, and Rhinesmith advancing to the feature. Boyer, Kreiser, Fernzler, and Swavely all go to the Consi, and it'll be Allegrucci and Chase Walker heading to the dash. Top 2 from each heat race qualified to the dash, and then the top 2 of all the remaining drivers that qualified through to the heat race, but were not top 2 in their heat race finishes, also go to the dash. Don Schmidt, since he was the fastest timer but finished 3rd, means he is automatically through to the dash as well. So that leaves 1 more time trial spot up for grabs among those who do not finish in the top 2 in their heat races. Okay, here we go for heat race number 2. 10 cars once again, top 6 qualify, and then the lineup will look like this. Mike Rutherford going to start from the pole position. Steve Dunmeyer in the 5W slated the lineup in second. Ben Stoles will line up 3rd alongside Mike Boyer in the 41 in the 4th position. And then row 3 will go like this. JT Ferry in the 18T and the 4T of Tyler Putterball. They start in row 3. Darren Schott, Noah Murkey make up row 4. Dallas Sanders, number 94, and the 74 of Jacob Dunn. They round out the 10 starters for this second heat race. Okay, here we go. 1 to go signal is given. Mike Rutherford going to lead them down to the green flag. Steve Dunmeyer to his outside. He'll be the first challenger, and then keep an eye on Stoles and Boyer following behind in row 2. Green flag in the air. We're underway with heat race number 2, and Rutherford gets away to the point early. On the inside, Stoles trying to get through Boyer. Here comes Dunmeyer. Good run to the outside of turn 4. He's not giving up on that race lead, and they'll race side by side. Dunmeyer and Rutherford back to turn 2. One car is stopped at the exit of 2. That is Tyler Putterball in the 4T. Stopped right before he could get off at the pit entrance. Mike Rutherford, I thought he was going to clear off turn number 4, and then Steve Dunmeyer got a great run off the exit of the corner, and they raced side by side back to turn 3 before the caution came out. So we'll have to see what happens on this second attempt at the start. Lineup is in order. 1 to go signal has been given, and we'll try it again. Rutherford and Dunmeyer on the front row. We'll have to see. Can Rutherford clear this time, or can Dunmeyer challenge back to turns 1 and 2? Green flag in the air. Better start from Rutherford that time. Looks like he may clear off turn 4 this time. Still going to leave the door open for Dunmeyer, though, at the outside, but I don't think he's going to have quite the momentum he had last time around. He'll try to pull to the right rear corner of Rutherford's car back to turn 3, and here comes Mike Boyer to the inside. They'll race 3 wide, just about off turn 4. Rutherford clears, and now the battle's on for second between Boyer and Dunmeyer. Boyer going to try and slide up, and he'll take that spot off the exit of turn number 2, with Ben Stoles watching through and fourth. And for the race lead, here comes Boyer to the inside of Rutherford. Nothing doing there, though, off the exit of turn 4. Good pull by Mike Rutherford off the exit of turn 4 to hang on to the advantage. You're going to see the cross flags this time as Mike Boyer throws it into turn number 3, and he's going to try to pull off the pass. Rutherford going to try a slide job back to turn 1. They'll race side by side off the exit of turn 2. Boyer on the outside, Rutherford on the inside. Nobody giving an inch off the exit of the corner. Boyer's going to clear and use that high side momentum to get through to the race lead. Dunmeyer runs in third. Stoles is fourth. Ferry and Dunn race side by side for fifth. They're both comfortably inside the transfer spot, have a nice advantage over Neural Murky in seventh. 2 laps to go for Mike Boyer. He set that car in the wind. Dunn to the inside of Ferry. He'll complete that pass the exit of turn number 2 for fifth. White flag is in the air for Mike Boyer. He's got 3 car lengths back to Rutherford, and the battle for third is on. Ben Stoles to the inside of Steve Dunmeyer, and Stoles a power move at the exit of turn 2, shuts the door. Back to the checkered flag for heat race number 2. It's Mike Boyer to win it. Then Mike Rutherford. Stoles hangs on for third. Dunmeyer fourth. Dunn in fifth, JT Ferry sixth, the last transfer car. Noah Murky, Darren Schott, Dallas Sanders, Tyler Putterball to the Consi. It'll be Boyer and Rutherford heading to the dash. Final heat race of the night, final heat race before intermission. It'll go off like this for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Richie Hartman slated to start from the pole, but that car is pulled to the infield of the exit of turn number 2. Not sure what the issue is. They've got four-wheelers going out to attend to that race car. He's slated to start on the pole position. Brandon Heist alongside on the outside of the front row. Then it's Scott Gingrich and Pete Skias in row number 2. Skias trying to go for 3 in a row tonight. Brian Heist in row 3 alongside Brittany Zeller in the B8. It'll be the 5A of Anthony Yerger and the 99 of Ashley Pignoli starting on row 4. Trent Eberhardt, Austin Miskowski slated to start in row 5. And I'm not sure what the issue for Hartman's car is. Remember, he had the issues at the end of the feature last Friday night while leading on the final lap, broke going into turn 3, and not sure if it's a similar issue here, but that car is not able to fire away, nor is the 4K of Trent Eberhardt. And the 39 of Austin Miskowski's come to a stop as well at the exit of turn 2. So a lot of issues here for some of these drivers trying to get pushed off. The mechanical gremlins have bit Richie Hartman once again. That car is going to be pushed back to the pit area. He's going to have to try and get that thing back out for the Consi. They will push Eberhardt's car in behind him. Miskowski has gotten started, looks like. And we'll reset the lineup from there. Now Miskowski's car once again comes to a stop at the exit of turn 4. So it's going to be Brandon Heist and Scott Gingrich on row 1. Then Pete Skias, Brian Heist in row 2. Brittany Zeller, Anthony Yerger, row 3. And Ashley Pignoli, unless they can get Austin Miskowski's car started, will be all by herself on row 4. We'll have 7 cars for 6 spots in the feature, 2 spots in the dash. One to go signal will be given as Miskowski's car is pushed back to the pit area. So some mechanical gremlins for some of these drivers have left us with 7 cars, 8 laps, 6 spots. Here we go. Brandon Heist, Scott Gingrich going to lead them down, and Pete Skias starts third alongside Brian Heist on row number 2. To the backstretch start zone, they come. Green flag back in the air. Here comes Heist, and Pete Skias trying to follow him through on the inside of that car number 8 of Scott Gingrich. Back to turn number 1. Skias is going to complete that pass, the exit of turn 2 on the bottom side. So move Pete Skias up to the second position. Scott Gingrich in third, and he'll try to run down Brandon Heist for the race lead as they come back under the flag stand. Pete Skias trying to reel in Brandon Heist at the exit of turn number 4. Closes the gap, just ran the fastest lap of this young race. Trying to reel in last year's wingless 600 track champion back to turn number 4 with 3 laps in the books. Heist hangs on for now, but Skias is closing. They are nose to tail off turn number 2, and Skias' car gets a big pull off the turn number 3. He will drive it to the inside, and they'll race side by side under the flag stand. And the caution is out as Brian Heist's car has come to a stop on the backstretch. Just as Pete Skias was in position to try and make that pass. So with the issues for Heist, that car is going to be pushed back to the infield, and that means we have our 6 to transfer through to the A main. It'll be Brandon Heist, Pete Skias, Scott Gingrich, Anthony Yerger, Brittany Zeller, and Ashley Pignoli all moving on. Question is just where will they start? And obviously top 2 go to the dash, and we'll look through and see then who gets the final spot from time trials earlier to move through to the dash based on the finishing results of this heat race. Green flag will be in the air this time, but it's a single file restart. 4 laps down, 4 laps to go. Brandon Heist, Pete Skias, Scott Gingrich, your top 3, then Yerger, Zeller, and Pignoli. The 6 cars, Heist jumps on the gas, the exit of turn number 2, but Pete Skias going to pull to the inside at turn number 3. They'll race side by side off the exit of the 4th corner. Skias on the inside, and a power move through to the race lead. Pete Skias will clear Brandon Heist at the exit of turn number 2. And back to 3 and 4 they come now. Heist not going away quietly, though. They run nose to tail back to turn number 1, but Skias opens up the gap now at the exit of turn 2. It's to 3, to 4, to 5 car lengths back to turn number 3, and Heist is going to have to worry about Scott Gingrich at the exit of turn 4. They'll race side by side with 2 laps to go. Gingrich on the inside trying to shut the door at the exit of turn 2. He'll do just that. Down the backstretch and off to turn 3. Heist trying to come back on the inside, running right next to those infield tires. They'll race side by side under the white flag. Heist on the inside. Gingrich on the outside. This is going to be a side-by-side battle for second behind the race winner, Pete Skias. He wins the final heat race, and at the stripe, barely, Scott Gingrich ekes out Brandon Heist for the second position. Anthony Yerger, Brittany Zeller, and Ashley Pignoli round out the top 6. So Gingrich will head to the dash as a result of that photo finish for second over Brandon Heist. Okay, we're going to have a brief intermission here, very brief, about 5-10 minute intermission as track crews, we're going to try to put a little bit of water down prior to the Consis, the dash, and tonight's features. Still have a lot of racing left here. For those of you watching at the racetrack, for those of you watching and listening at home on the National Racing Network, I'm Casey Kreider, and we will see you in just a few moments.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Maconi Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairground Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Maconi Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Maconi Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MaconiSetupShop.com and learn why Maconi Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
This Independence Day weekend, kick your party off with a bang. DeWeather Center presents the first annual DeWeather Cares Charity Softball Classic presented by the National Racing Network. The Palmerton Boobies, DeWeather Center Bluecocks, Blue Mountain I-95ers, Pocono Front Platers, Schuylkill County Crackers, Reading Nurses, Catasauqua Blue Tits, and Beltsville Lake Monsters will take the field in Emerald. Find out more on Facebook at DeWeather Center. DeWeather Center, offensively accurate. If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
I'm Ryan Newman, and since I started with Indiana Donor Network and Driven to Save Lives, I found out that some people think that they can't be an organ donor. The truth is, anyone can sign up to be an organ donor.
Anyone?
Anyone?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyone can sign up to be an organ donor. So don't count yourself out because somebody's counting on you. Go to driventosavelives.org and sign up today.
But my heart's going to you, Ryan.
Love that shirt.
To Linda Speedway live, and it is time for the Consis. We are just about ready to roll. A Consi in all 4 classes tonight. Prior to the features, we also have a dash for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s to set the first 8 starting positions coming up. Before we get to our main events for the evening, we'd like to thank everybody watching and listening at home on the National Racing Network. I'll talk more about that and what's coming next week to Linda Speedway in just a second. Also want to thank everyone watching and listening here at the track. I'm Casey Kreider. Glad to take you through all the action tonight and all season here at Linda's Speedway. We're just about ready to get the Excel Tour Modified Consi underway. 12 cars deep. 6 cars, I believe, will transfer. While we have the opportunity next week on the National Racing Network, it is the Ehrman Folk Memorial from here at Linda's Speedway, one of the biggest races of the season, and we will have a camera crew here next weekend to provide video in addition to the audio we've been bringing to you all season here at Linda's Speedway for the first time. Glad to have Chris Graham and the whole crew here in 2021 at Linda's Speedway. The Legends will be here next weekend to make their debut as well as part of that race. They always bring out a great crowd of the Linda's Speedway, so that's going to be a very fun event next Friday, April 30th, here at Linda's Speedway. Just about ready, though, to get this Consi started. Track underwent a little bit of watering, especially up high in turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. A couple cars being pushed off for the 270s to try and ensure that they can run for this Consi. Austin Miskowski's car trying to get him fired off after he had issues in the heat race. After they finish the push-offs, we will get this Consi for the Excel Modified started. Pretty good Consi in terms of competition here. 2 of the top runners from last weekend here at Linda's, including the race winner, Christian Donati, start on the front row of this Consi. He'll start on the outside pole alongside Hunter Deal. Looking back through the field, you got Chris Smith, Riley Hummel, who won a race here last year, Tim Vidal, all in this pack. And only the top 6 of these dozen will transfer through to the main event. And as mentioned, this is the first of 4 Consis. We've got one in every single class tonight. Glad it's been a beautiful evening that has turned into night here at Linda's Speedway. But we'll see what unfolds throughout the course of the night. A lot of racing still to come. It's going to be a late night, but we're glad that you at the track and you listening at home are going to stick with us through all of it. Here we go. The Excel Tour Modifieds hit the track for their Consi, and the lineup will go like this. Hunter Deal, Christian Donati on row number 1. Thomas Preichka, Chris Smith on row 2. Riley Hummel, Tim Vidal start in row 3. The Excel car of Corey England, Colin Myers start on row number 4. Ron Bears, number 21, starts inside Scott Heiser's 19 in row 5. Matt Kiefer in the 91. Chad Miller in the 34. They're slated to start in row 6, but Heiser and Kiefer will be no-shows. So 10 cars. And here we go with the Consi. 8 laps in length. Top 6 transfer to the main event. Field will come to the start line at the exit of turn 4. Hunter Deal and Christian Donati, last weekend's winner, lead them down. Last chance race. Here we go. Green flag in the air. Hunter Deal away to the early lead. Way up high. Further back goes Chris Smith. Battle on for the 3rd spot between Riley Hummel and Thomas Preichka. Preichka on the inside. Hummel on the outside. And then Corey England follows in the 5th spot. Got a spinner in turn 2. That is Colin Myers around with 1 lap down in the books. Not sure if Myers got any help there, but that car went sliding sideways in turn number 2, stopped the wrong direction. He'll get it back going and rejoin and tack onto the back of the pack. 1 to go signal is given. Field is doubled up. Hunter Deal takes the outside line. That's become the popular position here on these restarts. Christian Donati on the inside. Riley Hummel inside row 2. Thomas Preichka outside. Corey England and Tim Vidal. They hold down the top 6 transfer spots. Chris Smith, Chad Miller, the first 2 on the outside looking in. 7 laps to go. Here we go. Field will come down. Start line is in turn number 4. Deal will fire off first, and he's going to fire off with the race lead. Green flag back in the air. Deal rides the top side of 1 and 2 through to the race lead. Past Donati, battle on for third. Preichka and Hummel side by side back to turn 3. Hummel's car bottoms out through the ruts. He's going to have to concede that spot to Preichka off the exit of turn 4. England in the 5th spot, and the battle going to be on for 6 between Tim Vidal and Chad Miller. Miller on the outside, Vidal on the inside. Chris Smith stalking further behind. That battle will continue side by side under the flag stand. Miller trying to make that momentum work. Here comes Chris Smith, 3 wide on the inside. Preichka way up high on the backstretch. He lost a few spots. He's back to 5th, but he's back in line, still in a transfer spot. He runs 5th now behind England in 4th, Hummel in 3rd, Donati in 2nd. Hunter Deal, your race leader by half a dozen car lengths, coming back to the cross flags. Ten laps is this Consi, and 5 laps down, now 6 laps down, 4 to go. Further back, 1 car way up the track in turn 4. That's Colin Myers. He is going to come to a stop. That's going to bring out the yellow right as the battle was starting to heat up for 6 between Chad Miller and Chris Smith. That last transfer spot, and now it's going to come to a restart with 4 laps to go here. Field will get back to double file formation. Colin Myers going to tack on in the 10th spot. Hunter Deal once again chooses the outside for this restart. Donati inside of him in row 1. Row 2 is Riley Hummel, Corey England, Thomas Preichka, and Chad Miller. Those are the first 3 rows. Those are the transfer cars. Chris Smith, Tim Vidal, Ron Baer, and Colin Myers are the ones on the outside looking in. Green flag back in the air. And a big move to the inside. Here comes Chris Smith, inside Vidal, inside Miller. And inside Preichka at the exit of turn 2, somebody had to give, and it was Chad Miller at the exit of turn 2. He got way up high into the marbles. That opens the door for Smith to get through to 5th. Preichka through to 6th. Now they race side by side for that spot. Tim Vidal through to the 7th spot. Miller regroups in 8th. Coming back to 2 laps to go. Good restart for Corey England. He's up to the 2nd spot, past Donati. Hunter Deal continues to lead. And contact, Chris Smith. That car is off the track and slides to a stop at the pit area. He collected Thomas Preichka. Chris Smith may have clipped one of those infield tires and shot that car straight up into the 28T of Thomas Preichka. Tough break for him. Lucky for Smith's car that car came to a stop right at the pit entrance there. Thomas Pritchard's car did a 360 and did not stop. So since he didn't stop, he's going to retain his position in the 5th spot. Field's going to get doubled back up here. It'll be Deal on the outside, and this time Corey England to his inside. Here we go. 8 down, 2 to go. And the battle for the transfer spot remains. Tim Vital now is the one that holds it. Here we go. Chad Miller, Colin Myers, Ron Bear on the outside looking in. Green flag back in the air. 2 laps to go and a good restart from England on the inside. He's able to pull even. He may clear Deal off the exit of turn 2. Deal gets a good drive though. They'll race side by side, but England able to find his way, get a big pull off the exit of turn 2. Not able to clear Deal yet though. They'll race side by side under the flag stand for the race win. Meanwhile, the battle's on for the transfer spot. Chad Miller inside Tim Vital. He's going to clear through to 6th. And here they come through turns 3 and 4. England on the inside, Deal on the outside. It's going to be a photo finish at the flag, and it's England by 4/100ths of a second over Hunter Deal to win the Consi. Riley Hummel, Christian Donati, Thomas Pritchka, and Chad Miller hang on for the top 6. Tim Vital, Colin Myers, Ron Bear will go home, as will Chris Smith, who did not finish, Scott Heiser, and Matt Kiefert, who did not start. But a dramatic Consi, and Corey England comes from 7th to 1st to win it in a photo finish over Hunter Deal, but they will all race in the main event. Next up will be the 8-lap Consi for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Winged 600s. That one is 11 cars deep, and once again, the top 6 will qualify. Okay, here we go. Field going to take to the racetrack, and they'll line up like this. It'll be Garrett Smith and Nathan Houck. They'll start on row number 1, the 2S and the 32. On that front row, Jackson White's number 99X starts inside Cody West in the 117 in row 2. Mike Thompson in the 3Z and the 24 of Logan Road. They start 5th and 6th. Those are the money spots. Hunter McFadden, Josh Smith, the first 2 cars on the outside looking in, the 21M, the 21S. Jeremy Harshman and Mason Beinhauer start in row 5, and Bill Billett rounds out the field in row 6 in the 76. Smith waits till late in the start zone. Green flag in the air, and they race side by side. Smith is going to clear everybody else under a blanket, back under the flag stand. And the front 6 gets single file right away. Logan Road going to try to have a look inside Thompson for 5th. West going to try to have a look inside of White, that for 3rd. Front 6 have pulled away pretty nicely, though, over 7th place Josh Smith. Back the exit of turn 2. Cody West completes that pass on the inside of Jackson White at the exit of turn 4. He'll move to the 3rd spot. Thompson hangs on to 5th. Road in 6th. One car sliding sideways. It's Bill at the exit of turn 2. He hangs on to that car, but he's going to have a lot of work to do, and now he's going to slide again through 3 and 4. That car not looking very stuck to the racetrack. But he keeps on keeping on, halfway home for Garrett Smith. He's put a pretty hefty advantage on Nathan Houck for the race lead. That's about 3 car lengths back to West, make it 4 down the backstretch. Jackson White about 5 back in 4th. Thompson about half dozen back in 5th. Road about 5 more back in 6th. And he's got about 5 car lengths over Josh Smith for that position, the last transfer spot. Nobody able to mount much of a challenge so far. Field will come back to 2 to go this time. Garrett Smith takes it. He's put that car out in the wind and coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go for Garrett Smith to win the Consi. Keeping an eye on that position. Logan Road holds it down pretty nicely, and I don't know if there's going to be much of a challenge, but there's an issue for Mike Thompson. That car's off the pace at the exit of turn 2. He's going to pull to the pit lane, and as Garrett Smith takes the checker, That's going to move Josh Smith through to a transfer spot. Wow, so Mike Thompson has an issue on the final lap. So Garrett Smith wins the Consi. Nathan Houck comes home second. Cody West, Jackson White in fourth. And then Logan Road, after the issues for Thompson, will come home fifth. And Josh Smith just got a Christmas present 8 months early. He's into the A main after that issue with Mike Thompson. Thompson will go home, as will Mason Beinhauer, Hunter McFadden, Bill Billett, and Jeremy Harshman. They will not advance to the A main. And next up is going to be the Consi for the 270s. That one is slated to be 12 cars deep. And once again, top half doesn't qualify. They are lined up back at staging. They'll hit the track in just a second here. Consi still to come for the 270s. Then the 8-car 4-lap dash to set the top 8 starting spots for that 270 feature. Then we have the Charger Consi. That's going to come up after this. And then we'll get to feature racing beginning with the Excel Tour Modifieds. Okay, field going to come to the racetrack, and the lineup's going to go off like this. Dan Boyer going to start on the pole position for this B main. Noah Murkey will start alongside him. Mike Kreiser in the 52 and the 27 of Darren Schott. They start in row number 2. Dallas Sanders, number 94, and the 19 of Matt Fernsler. They're slated to roll off in row number 3. Tyler Putterball in the 4T and the 11 of Brian Heist in row 4. Jason Swavely in the 14. Richie Hartman in the 13M. Start in row 5. Trent Eberhard and Austin Miskowski in row 6. A lot of those cars we named near the back of the field had issues in their heat races, be it mechanical or otherwise. But Swavely's gotten his car repaired. Hartman's got his car repaired. So too is Miskowski. Waiting to see who else is going to join, if anyone else. Okay, so it was slated to be a 12-car field. Will be a 7-car field for this Consi. Matt Fernsler, Tyler Putterball, Brian Heist, Trent Eberhart, all not able to get out there, and Austin Miskowski went back to the pit area, so the issues have persisted for that 39 car. top 6 are going to qualify. We'll go 8 laps. Dan Boyer on pole, Noah Murkey second, Mike Kreiser, Darren Schott, Dallas Sanders, Jason Swavely, Richie Hartman. Here we go. Green flag in the air. Big move by Hartman inside Sanders on the initial start. And meanwhile, it's Boyer trying to hold off Darren Schott for the race lead at the exit of turn number 2. They will race side by side. And he's going to get around for the race lead. Move Darren Schott to the lead, but here comes Jason Swavely on the inside of Dan Boyer. He's moved that 14 car up to the second spot. Try to see if he can close in on Darren Schott for the race lead. That car looked quick in the heat race earlier before those mechanical gremlins bit him. Just ran the fastest lap of this Consi so far, and he's trying to close in for the advantage. Battle is on for that 6th and final spot. Dallas Sanders on the outside, Mike Kreiser on the inside. They continue to race side by side. Swavely has a look inside shot of the exit of turn 2. Nothing doing there. Richie Hartman got past Noah Murkey for the 4th spot. That battle for the lead continues. That battle for 6 continues. Schott and Swavely side by side down the backstretch. Swavely sends it off to turn 3. They'll continue to race side by side. Swavely gives them a little hip check, and they'll clear at the exit of turn number 4. Swavely through to the race lead with 3 laps to go. Issue for Noah Murkey. That car is off the pace. Pulls to the infield. And that's going to give us our 6th, I believe, as Jason Swavely's out in front. Darren Schott in second. Richie Hartman, Dan Boyer, Dallas Sanders, and Mike Kreiser. They'll run out the remainder of this Consi, but we've got our 6 for the A main as Jason Swavely takes the white flag. And he'll come around to see the checkered. Jason Swavely takes the win in the Consi, 1.68 seconds ahead of Darren Schott. Richie Hartman came home 3rd. Dan Boyer, Dallas Sanders, and Mike Kreiser heading to the A main. Those are the 6 cars that finished. They'll all be racing later tonight. Okay, so next up is going to be the 4-lap dash to set the top 8 starting positions for tonight's 270 feature. And it consists of the top 2 finishers from each heat race and the top 2 fastest qualifiers who did not transfer, who did not finish in the top 2 of their respective heat races. They're all reordered by their qualifying time. So Don Schmidt, who finished 3rd in heat race number 1, since he was the quick timer earlier tonight, he will start on pole for this dash. Mike Boyer was 2nd quickest. He'll start alongside. Pete Skias and Nunzi Alagrucci will start in row number 2. Ben Stoles in the 77S. He was the other car to get through on his time. Scott Gingrich, they make up row 3. And then it'll be Chase Walker and Mike Rutherford starting on the 4th and final row. 4 laps to decide the top 8 starting positions for tonight's feature. Where these drivers finish is where they're going to start in tonight's main event. No Ben Stoles out there for this dash, so that's going to move Scott Gingrich and Chase Walker to row 3 and Mike Rutherford by himself in the 7th spot. So here we go. 4 laps and a dash to determine the first 7 starters. One to go signal is given. Don Schmidt and Mike Boyer on the front row. Leading him down to the backstretch start zone. Pete Skias gave Schmidt a shot right at the start, and here we go. Green flag's in the air, and Mike Boyer's going to get away to the race lead off the initial start. Allegrucci going to try and follow him through to second as they'll race side by side. Allegrucci and Schmidt down the backstretch off the turn 3. Mike Boyer away to the lead, and that battle continues side by side. Allegrucci on the outside, Schmidt on the inside. Allegrucci shut the door at the exit of turn 2, and he's through to the second spot. Pete Skias now going to try and see if he can close in on Schmidt, but that car went way up high at the exit of turn number 4. That's going to open the door for Chase Walker to get through on the inside, move the 96W up to 4th. Rutherford runs in 6th, Gingrich in 7th, white flag on the dash, Mike Boyer out in front with 1 lap remaining, Allegrucci 2nd. Then it's Schmidt, Walker, Skias, Rutherford, and Gingrich. And back to the checkered flag. Doesn't look like any of those spots are going to change as Mike Boyer wins the dash. He'll start on pole for the feature for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Nunzi Gucci will be to his outside. Don Schmidt, Chase Walker will start on row 2. Pete Skias, Mike Rutherford, row 3. And Scott Gingrich will line up in 7th for the feature after that dash. All that remains is the Consi for the Chargers. Top 3 will qualify for that one. 6 cars were slated to start it. We'll see how many show up for staging and if that Consi will be necessary. That Consi will take to the track here momentarily. Okay, looks like we're going to have 5 cars for this Consi. They're going to line up like this. It'll be Kara Walters in the 43 starting on the pole. Then the 23 of Haley Smith alongside on the front row. Sean Yeagley in the 95 and the 2M of Josh Michael will start in row 2. And then Lila Reagan will start in the 5th spot. Top 3 go to the A main. 8 laps. Here we go. Kara Walters leads them down. Green flag is in the air. Josh Michael's going to get around everybody to the race lead on the outside from the 4th starting spot. Lila Reagan's car has gone around to the exit of turn number 2. That's going to put us under caution. And this is going to be a complete restart because of that. So Josh Michael's great start is going to disappear here. Kara Walters and Haley Smith will go back to line up on row number 1 with Yeagley on the inside of row 2, Michael on the outside, and Reagan in the 5th spot. All right, 1 to go signals given. Here we go again. Kara Walters going to lead him down to the green flag. It's in the air. Josh Michael going to get another good start to the outside. He'll go 3 wide once again for the race lead. Battle on for second behind. Smith and Walters continue to race side by side. Back to turn number 1. Sean Yeagley trying to look for a way by as Josh Michael's gotten through to the point. Yeagley going to have a look inside Smith in turns 3 and 4. And he's going to complete that pass up off the exit of turn 4. Move Sean Yeagley. That car had mechanical issues in his heat race. Trying to work his way up. Everybody trying to get traction down. And around goes Lila Reagan in turn 2. That's going to put us under the caution. And an issue for Sean Yeagley. That car has pulled off to the pit area, so that car had some issues as the caution was coming out. And he has pulled that car back to the pit area. It's going to be Josh Michael, then Haley Smith. Josh Michael, Haley Smith, Carol Walters, and Lila Reagan. They'll line up in that order. One to go signal is going to be given here for Josh Michael. It's a single file restart, and 1 lap is in the books. We've got 7 laps to go. 4 cars for 3 spots. Josh Michael's going to stand on the gas. Green flag in the air. He pulls out by about 5 car lengths back to turn 3 on Haley Smith. Smith's got about 4 more on Walters. Walters stays in front of Reagan for the time being. Josh Michael has set sail. That 2M car could be a contender if he can work his way through in the feature. He's put a big gap on Haley Smith in second. Kara Walters runs in third, then Reagan in fourth. No real challenges for the time being. It's Smith and Walters who hold down the second and third spots right now. Walters has about 3/4 of the backstretch over Lila Reagan. Josh Michael has pulled away handsomely. He's got about a half a lap lead. He's going to come to the inside of Lila Reagan in turn 3 and get past to put her 1 lap down. Field sees 3 to go this time by. Josh Michael putting a dominating performance on in this Consi. He's going to lap past Kara Walters, who's in position right now to advance, but side by side off to turn 3. Michael gets past. Walters gets a little bit loose off the exit of turn 4, stays in it. Oh, big problems for Haley Smith. That car goes up in smoke in turn 3, and there's a fire underneath. That's going to bring out the red flag on the final lap. She was going to transfer, and now that car is stopped. That's going to put an end to the Consi. So it'll be Josh Michael advancing. So too will Carol Walters, and Lila Reagan will also advance. Tough break for Haley Smith. She was in position to advance, and there was a massive grenading of the engine of that car as she went off to turn 3 on the final lap. And on that note, for those of you listening at home and those of you watching at the racetrack, the clock may say 10:33, but it is feature time at Linda's Speedway, and we are ready to rock. The Excel Tour Modifieds, 25 laps in length. They will take to the track momentarily. There's a little bit of oil from Haley's car over in turn number 3, so that the Excel Modifieds will be tasked with running that in here on some of their pace laps. While they do that, let's introduce you to the starting lineup. It'll be Eric Whitby starting from pole position, the heat race winner. That NRN car looks good out in front. Ray Gradwell will start alongside in row number 1. Sam Chickatano and Matt Yoder, they make up row 2. Kenny Harris looks good in his heat race earlier in the night. He starts in row 3 alongside Eric Freeman in the 10. Brian Blankenbuehler is number 211, and Tiffany Hitzler, who was fastest in hot laps earlier, starts in row 4. Eric Hollenbach and Jeremy Gistweit start in row number 5, completing the top 10. Tyler Bardick and Josh Bewley, who won his heat race, has to come all the way from the 12th starting position. Ed Hollenbach and Ty Hoke line up on row 7. Matt Warner's number 98 will start alongside Jerry Bessler in the 116. Joe Carter and Austin Daniels start in row number 9. Corey England, who won the Consi, starts alongside Hunter Deal in row 10. Riley Hummel, Christian Donati, last week's winner, has to come all the way from the 22nd starting spot. Thomas Pritchka and Chad Miller, they're on the final row in the 28T and the 34 respectively. And here we go. Field going to continue to run in that fluid up there in turn 3. One to go. Signal is given. Field comes to turns 3 and 4. Eric Whitby, Ray Gradwell lead him down. It's time to rock and roll in the Excel Tour Modified. Green flag in the air. Whitby leads through 1 and 2. Gradwell and Chickatano side by side for second. Kenny Harris through in 4th. And Whitby's going to come around to lead lap number 1 over Gradwell. Then Chickatano continues side by side. Gradwell on the outside. Chickatano on the inside. It's Harris and Yoder rounding out the top 5. Back to turn 3. Battles on side by side further back. Blankenbuehler in 6, trying to hold off Eric Freeman for that position. Matt Yoder going to have a look to the inside of Kenny Harris. 3 wide further back. Josh Bewley right in the middle of that with Gistweit and Bartik on the inside. Ty Hoke's car runs way up high, further back in the field, hangs onto it, keeps it straight. We're still running green. Eric Whitby's gotten away by about 5 car lengths over Gradwell and Chickatano. Back to turn 3. Those two continue to race side by side as Yoder and Harris are side by side for 4th further back. Contact in turn 3. Jeremy Gistweit nearly went around, got straightened out by the 98 of Matt Yoder. Matt Warner, beg your pardon, lost a couple of positions. but everybody somehow keeps it straight, and that battle for second continues to rage on between Chicatano on the side and Gradwell on the outside. They're half a dozen car lengths back of Whitby at the exit of turn 2. And Chicatano is finally going to clear back to turn 3. May have washed up a little bit, almost gave Gradwell a chance to come back, but Chicatano gets momentum off turn 4. He'll hang on to the advantage. They're 3 wide under the flag stand around 10th spot between England, Blankenbiller, and Warner. And that battle, meanwhile, for 4th is continuing to brew between Kenny Harris and Matt Yoder. Eric Freeman watching on in 6th spot. And caution is out as the 71D of Austin Daniels that car spun at the exit of turn number 2, and that puts us under the yellow flag with 7 laps in the books. So that's going to allow us the opportunity to regroup here after a wild opening couple laps there. And that battle between Chicatano and Gradwell was just magnificent, side by side. And Chicatano finally came out on top. He'll have the first opportunity to try and chase down Eric Whitby. Whitby was crew chiefing a 410 sprint at Grandview last night. And now 24 hours later, he's in the lead for the Excel Tour Modifieds here at Linda Speedway. What a difference a day can make. But he'll have the defending track champ Chicatano lining up to his outside for the restart. 1 to go signal is given. Whitby chooses the inside line. So it'll be he and Sam on row 1. Then Ray Gradwell, Kenny Harris on row 2. Matt Yoder, Eric Freeman on row 3. Eric Hollenbach, Josh Bewley, row 4. Tiffany Hitzler, Tyler Bartik round out the top 10. As the field is side-by-side, double file formation back to turn 3. A little bit of stack up further back. Everybody's going to keep it straight, trying to anticipate the start. Green flags in the air. Chicatano got away to the jump there. And he and Whitby will race side-by-side back through turns 1 and 2. Chicatano's going to clear at the exit of turn number 2, through to the race lead in 3. Kenny Harris on the outside, through to the 3rd spot. He'll try to heat up Whitby for 2nd as Freeman gets through to 4th. Great restart from Sam Chicatano through to the advantage. He's got 3 car lengths on Whitby back to turn 3. Whitby's got another 2 back to Harris, and then it's nose to tail to nose to tail to nose to tail all the way back. Gradwell in 5th, Bewley in 6th, Bartik up to 7th. Side-by-side battle between Bartik and Yoder at the exit of turn 2. They race back to turn 3. Yoder on the inside, Bartik on the outside. And 1 car around, it's Austin Daniels again in turn number 4. That's going to bring out the yellow, more so in turn 3. Center of the corner, Austin Daniels' car slid sideways. Puts us under caution for the 2nd time in this feature race. And Sam Chicatano got a masterful restart on Eric Whitby in turn 4. Was able to get away and clear at the exit of turn 2 then. And the defending champ trying to set sail. He was the track champion here at Linda Speedway a year ago. This does count as a point race for both the Tour and for Linda Speedway at the modified level. It's a very up and down race for Chicatano in the opener 1 weekend to go. But with 10 laps down and 15 laps to go, he finds himself out in front. Chicatano is going to elect to start on the outside for this restart. He will have control. Eric Whitby's going to line up on the inside, but he's going to have to fire off 2nd. Kenny Harris and Eric Freeman on row 2. Then it's Ray Gradwell and Josh Bewley, who's worked his way up from 12th to 6th. He starts outside row 3. Field comes through turn 3 to the restart line at the exit of turn 4. Green flag back in the air. Good start from Whitby. They'll race side by side back to turn number 1. Shikatano outside. Whitby inside. Shikatano's going to use that momentum and once again get through to the race lead. Eric Freeman gets through to 3rd past Kenny Harris on the restart. And Bewley trying to make that outside work. He's up to 5th. Bewley now going to have a look inside. Kenny Harris, that 78 car, is on a mission to the front of the field from 12th, now trying to move up to 4th. And we've got a big crash further back. 5 cars, 6 cars, all collected in turn 3. That was out back around the 15th position, and Jeremy Gistwhite's collected. Riley Hummel's involved, Chad Miller, Ed Hollenbach's in it. The 84 of Joe Carter and the 116 of Gary Bressler. All collected over there in turn 3, and that puts us under caution with 12 laps in the books. Some other guys to keep an eye on here. Matt Warner has worked his way up from 15th starting spot to the 7th position under this caution. Corey England, who started 19th, has worked his way up to 9th. He won the Consi. Now he's through inside the top 10. Shikatano once again going to take the outside line. Eric Whitby on the inside. And Josh Bewley has been making that outside line work on the restart, and the luck of the draw works for him again. He starts outside row 2 alongside Eric Freeman. Kenny Harris, Ray Gradwell lineup on row 3. What can Eric Whitby do? He got a good restart the last time by. Shikatano was still able to pull off the exit of turn 2. They will try again. Another good restart. They're side by side back under the flag. Shikatano going to try and make that outside work. And he will do just that. Bewley's through to 3rd, past Freeman on the outside of turn 2. Field going to come back to the cross flags this time by as Ray Gradwell's way up the track. And we got another stack up in turns 3 and 4. Round goes Ty Hoke. He collects Riley Hummel. Somehow, everybody keeps it straight. But Hoke's going to pull to the infield. Not sure if he went there on purpose or if he stopped down there. He made contact with Riley Hummel. And that could have been a lot worse than it was. But it straightened both cars out momentarily before Hoke's car pulled to the infield, and then Brian Blankenbiller's car also came to a stop in turn number 1. Field going to get doubled up once again. Keep it on with Corey England. That car has moved from 19th now to 6th. He has worked his way up nicely from the Consi, and still with 12 laps to go. He and Bewley have been the big movers so far. Tough break for Matt Warner, who had worked his way up. He pulled off the racetrack. The rough start in the modifieds for Warner in 2021 continues, and here we go. Chicatano, Whitby lead him down once again. Green flag back in the air. Another good start by Whitby, but Chicatano stays even with him back to turn one. Chicatano once again going to get that high side momentum. Here comes Corey England inside, 3-wide move for the third spot. Inside Freeman and Bewley. And England is through to that third position. That Excel car is flying extra fast through the field. He'll try to go to work on Eric Whitby now for the second spot. On the inside, gets a good pull. Back to turn number one. He and Whitby race side by side. England on the inside, Whitby on the outside. This about 4 car lengths behind Sam Chicatano as they come back to see 9 laps to go. And England's going to clear back to turn number one. Move the Excel machine up to the second spot. He's going to try and chase down Chicatano for the race win. But with 8 laps to go, can the defending track champ hang on? It's Chicatano first, England second, Whitby, Freeman, and Bewley, your top 5. And we got 1 car around in turn 1. Riley Hummel's car is the one that went around. They're going to tow Ty Hoke's car back into the pit area as well. Field's going to get lined up back in order with 8 laps to go. Sam Chicatano's got a new challenger. It's Corey England from 19th to 2nd. With 8 laps to go, Whitby on the inside of row 2. Then he's got Freeman to his outside. Bewley and Harris in row 3. Bardick and Yoder, row 4. Eric Hollenbach and Christian Donati has worked his way up to the outskirts of the top 10. The outside has proven to be the place to be. But Corey England's made a lot of ground on the inside. This is going to be fascinating. 8 laps to go. Green flag back in the air. Here we go again. And Corey England gets a great drive off the bottom, and he's going to get through to the race lead at the exit of turn number 2. Chicatano going to try and fight back on the outside, but he's not going to have anything for him as they come back to 7 laps to go. They'll run nose to tail back to turn 1. Battle on for third between Whitby and Freeman. Six laps to go. Corey England, what a performance. Wins the Consi. That car was down a cylinder in the heat race. That might have been why he was there to begin with. And now he is working his way as Hunter Deal's car comes to a stop in the infield. 5 laps to go. But England is setting sail back to turns 3 and 4. Battle still rages on for the third spot. Eric Whitby on the inside of Eric Freeman. Whitby will clear off turn 4 with 4 laps to go. Freeman gets loose. That car is way up the track at the exit of turn 2. He's going to lose a ton of track position. Not sure what happened to the 10 car, but he's going to go all the way back to about 15th with 3 laps to go. Corey England working his way off turn 2. 1 car up near the outside wall. It's Chad Miller. He's got a lot of damage on that race car. We'll see if he can get it back. 2 laps to go. Miller will pull off. Track is clear. Corey England from 19th to the race lead, and now he's put nearly a straightaway on Sam Chicatano with 1 lap to go. The opening race at Linda Speedway of the Excel Tour Modifieds is going to be won by the Excel car. Corey England comes off turn 4 to win in the Excel Tour Modifieds, 19th to 1st. What a victory. Sam Chicatano comes home second. Eric Whitby, Josh Bewley, and Kenny Harris round out the top 5. What a drive from Corey England to win it. So Sam Shikatano is your winner in the Excel Tour Modifieds. Corey England's car too light at the scale, so you get the win. But where this race changed for you is when you took advantage over Eric Whitby on that second restart. Talk me through how you were able to get through from the outside, not having control, and then try to keep controlling the race from there.
Yeah, the track's really slicked over, so I just stayed on the outside there and just was half throttle through the whole corner, just keeping it towards the bottom, but I couldn't stick on the bottom, so I just stuck it in the middle.
You held on for second at the line, but you got to get through tech. That's the key, and Sam Shikatano, you were able to do that. The defending champ, you get the win. Who do you got to thank for this victory?
I got to thank the crew. They spent a lot of hours getting this thing back together for the race season. I got to thank NSS Property Services, Seidel Hyundai, MGS Trailer Store, Justin Crossley from Remax, Steve Schroll. Shout out to him. I'm glad he's doing okay. He just had surgery. And a new guy that came on about a year or two ago, Bill's Towing. So we're really happy to have him as well.
Gotcha. All right. What a win for Sam Shikatano. Congratulations. While I have you here at Seidel Honda Victory Lane, I'm going to have you pull the winning 50-50 ticket. It's a $138 prize tonight. And the ticket is 305839. 305839. That's the winning ticket. Come up to the tower or out back to claim your cash prize. Sam Shikatano, the defending champ, is your winner. Congratulations. Once again, the winning 50-50 ticket is 305839. I think we have our winner. Race fans, it's time for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wing 600 feature. And the starting lineup's going to go like this. Jacob Homnick, who won his heat race, going to start on the pole alongside Trent Yoder, also a heat race winner from earlier in the night. Tyler Brem, Rodney Westafer, they'll line up on row 2. Mike Rutherford and the winner of the other heat race, Jason Swavely, start on row 3. Matt Warner, Tyler Lease, row number 4. Zach Weisenfuhl, Logan Rumsey in row 5. Richie Hartman, Jesse Maurer line up in row 6. Tyler Henry, Brian Kramer, row 7. Brock Putterball, Dustin Roberts, row 8. Randy Kunkel Jr., Jaden Remensnyder, row 9. Garrett Smith, Nathan Houck, row 10. Cody West, Jackson White in row number 11. Logan Rowe, Josh Smith round out the lineup. Here we go. 25 laps to decide it in the second Wing 600 race of the season. We're underway. And it's going to be Trent Yoder getting away. It's from the outside pole to the race lead. Westafer to the inside. He's going to try and get around Swavely for third as Swavely's trying to make that high side momentum work. They come through turns 3 and 4 and complete the first lap. Yoder out in front. It's Yoder, Homnick, Westafer, Swavely, and Rutherford, your top 5. Logan Rumsey trying to work his way up. He's to the 7th spot. Matt Warner trying to follow him as well. Rumsey to the inside of Brem. That's for 6. Meanwhile, Mike Rutherford going to have a look inside Jason Swavely. Issue for Jacob Homrick. That car way up the racetrack. And 3 wide at the exit of turn 2. Swavely got loose, and that opened the door for Rutherford to get through to the 3rd spot as they were trying to get past Homnick, who came to a slow at the exit of turn 2. He's gotten that car back going after he went way up high, but that car still doesn't look quite right. He lost 2 more spots the exit of turn 2 to Rumsey and Brem. And meanwhile, the race for the lead is closing in. Rodney Westhafer going to try and have a look inside Yoder at the exit of turn 2. They'll race side by side back to turn 3. Off turn 4, they continue. Yoder on the outside, Westhafer on the inside. 6 laps in. Westhafer gets a good drive, and he will clear back to turn number 3. New leader, Rodney Westhafer out in front as they come off turn 4. Mike Rutherford in the 3rd spot. Jason Swavely runs 4th. Logan Rumsey making his way through. He's up to 5th. Field will get to lap traffic before too long. Closest battle furthest front is the one for 4th. Rumsey on the inside. Swavely on the outside. Trying to make that bottom side work, and Rumsey gets a good drive off turn 2. Move the 41 car from 10th to 4th in 8 laps. And Westhafer's caught the back of the field now. He'll be into lap traffic. Gonna first have to deal with the 21 of Josh Smith, then the 2 of Brock Putterball. And meanwhile, the battle for 2nd is on. Mike Rutherford looks to the inside of Trent Yoder, and he's gonna clear off turn 2. Rutherford started this race 5th. He's up to 2nd now. 11 laps in the books, and Rutherford is closing for the race lead. Battle is on, back to turn 4. Rodney Westhafer on the outside, trying to lap past Josh Smith. Mike Rutherford got a little hung up behind that lap car, and here comes Logan Rumsey to the inside of Yoder. He's closed in lap traffic, and he's through to the 3rd spot. Rodney Westhafer hung behind the lap car of Brock Putterball. There's about a half a straightaway, a clean track if he can get by him, but that's going to be the first challenge. No lap car separating Westhafer, Rutherford, and Rumsey back to turn number 1. Now Westhafer able to clear past Putterball at the exit of turn 2, but so does Mike Rutherford. Rumsey's going to have to wait for another set of corners. Here they come, back to 10 to go. Rumsey on the inside. He gets through, and it's shaping up maybe to be a 3-car battle for the win with 9 to go. They'll get to Logan Road next, then to Dustin Roberts. Those are the next 2 cars in line. Westhafer's got about 4 car lengths on Rutherford back to turn 2. Another 3 back to Rumsey as they come to turn 3. 8 laps to go. Rodney Westhafer took over the lead from Trent Yoder. And through lap traffic in a race that's run all green so far, trying to hang on to the advantage. Still going to have to try and work his way through Logan Road, though, the lap car. And it's 3 cars under a blanket at the exit of turn 2, separated by about 2 car lengths apiece. Rutherford trying to nose through on the inside. Back to 6 to go. He's going to have a shot at him off the exit of turn 2. The gap is closed to nothing. Here comes Rutherford to the inside. Westhafer going to try and hang on. They'll race side by side off the turn number 1. Westhafer on the outside. Rutherford on the inside. And Logan Rumsey waiting to pounce. Back to 4 laps to go through the lap traffic. Here comes Mike Rutherford trying to make it happen on the inside. Rutherford is going to clear back to turn number 3. Makes the move happen at the exit of turn 2, but he's still got to negotiate with all this lap traffic. 3 laps to go. Rumsey going to try to have a look inside Westhafer. Nothing doing there for the time being. 1 car off the pace in turn 2. We're going to have 2 laps to go, and we're going to have a caution. As it is, I believe, the 12 of Jacob Homnick, who came to a stop and is going to put this frantic finish in this 600 race down to a green, white, checkered. So this is going to allow us to all collectively catch our breath, and with 2 laps to go. We're going to reset the lineup for you. Mike Rutherford out in front and no lap cars to contend with here. Rodney Westhafer will restart second. Logan Rumsey is third. Brian Kramer is fourth. Trent Yoder fifth. Jason Swavely sixth. Then Tyler Brem, Matt Warner, Richie Hartman, Jesse Maurer complete your top 10. Remember, last weekend in the wingless 600s, it was Joey Amante coming from third to the win on a late restart. There were a few more laps left in that one, but still, Logan Rumsey, can he go 2 for 2 in the wing 600s? Can Mike Rutherford hang on and get the win? Can Rodney Westhafer find a way to pounce? Race fans, pick your winner because it's just about time to settle it. Rumsey's worked his way up from 10th starting spot. Kramer's worked his way up from 14th to 4th. Race control trying to get the lap cars all at the back of the field here for this restart. "23 laps in the books, 2 laps to go. And here we go. It'll be a single file. Single file restart to end it. And here we go. 2 laps to go. Lights out at head starter Mike Fry. It's a good old-fashioned Friday night green-white checker. Mike Rutherford, Rodney Westhafer, Logan Rumsey, Brian Kramer, Trent Yoder. Will the winner come from those 5 or somebody else? We're about to find out. Rutherford leads them down slowly to the backstretch start line. Jumps on the gas. Here we go. Green flag in the air. Rumsey going to try and pull inside Westhafer for second. That could give Rutherford all the cushion he needs. He's got 3 car lengths at the exit of turn 2. Back to the white flag. Mike Rutherford pulling away on the final restart. He's got 5 car lengths back to turn number 1. The battle's going to be on for second, but it's going to be 1 spot shy. Checkered flags are up, and it's Mike Rutherford to win the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire 600 feature, as 1 car flipped on the back straightaway on the final lap. It was Nathan Hauk, and that's put the field under the red flag. But after the checkered flag had flown, that's going to be the end for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire 600s as Mike Rutherford took the checkered flag. He is your winner. Rodney Westhafer comes home second. Logan Rumsey third. Brian Kramer and Trent Yoder round out the top 5. And Nathan Hauk is okay back there. That's the best news of all after that flip on the backstretch at the end of the race. And with that in mind, now the celebration will shift. Mike Rutherford is your winner. Got past Rodney Wessler in lap traffic and takes home the win. Inside L Hyundai Victory Lane, your winner in the Hoosier Racing Hoosier Tire 600, Mike Rutherford. Congratulations, Mike. Take me through how you were able to race through traffic there. You had to get past Rodney with a couple laps to go. It was a 3-car race between you, he, and Logan. How were you able to work your way through the pack and get the win?
Well, we had a little bit harder tire on. I was just kind of biding my time, waiting for it to come in, and we were nailing the bottom really good all night, and it seemed like nobody else was able to hit the bottom quite as good as us. This is a really cool deal to win tonight. My car owner, Gary Spots, he's been laid up with some pretty major back surgery, so he hasn't been able to make it to the races this year. So definitely looking forward to hopefully getting one of these when he can get back to the track. But I want to thank my girlfriend, Nicole. She's my only pit crew tonight. So to come out of here with a win after starting dead last in the heat race, and it's a pretty good night.
Earlier on, you went from 9th to, I believe, heat race, and you were able to come back in the feature and win it. Congratulations, Mike Rutherford, your winner in the 600s. Okay, here we go. The Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers ready to take to the racetrack. 18 cars strong is the slated starting lineup. Yeah. It's going to start with Chris Cunane on the pole. Troy Hostetter alongside in row number 1. Then it'll be Chucky Kimmel, Austin Webster in row 2. Chris Smith, who won his heat race, and Justin Regal in row 3. Dale Kreiser, who won his heat race as well, starting on the inside of row 4. Daryl Wagner alongside. Ed Hollenbach, last week's winner's got to come from 9th. Shane Flaherty will start to his outside. Chad Kreiser, Sam Yeagley in row 6. Francis Gross the 3rd. Ronnie Rhodes in row 7. David Fiddler, Josh Michael in row number 8. And then it'll be Carol Walters and Lila Reagan to round out the field. Green flag in the air. Chris Cunane steps on the gas, and we're underway. Troy Hostetter gets through on the outside to the race lead, but here comes Chucky Kimmel on the inside as Cunane washed up. Hostetter washed up, and the caution is out. There was a ton of fluid coming from the 30 of David Fiddler, and that's put us under the caution. That car has stopped now in turn 3, slid to a stop. It's going to be a complete restart. That's going to put Chris Cunane back on the pole. Troy Hostetter is going to have to try and make that pass happen once again on the outside. Chucky Kimmel and Austin Webster will line up on row 2 once again, as the field is going to try to work to run in some of that fluid that was laid down, and there was a lot of it. Field will go back to double file formation here. As Fiddler's car has rejoined. So it was water of some sort, it must have been, that was leaking out of Fiddler's car, because they've been able to get that car refired, and he'll join back to the tail of the pack. But he laid down a lot of it. And we'll try it again. Green flag back in the air. So the field's going to come to the backstretch start zone. Cunane leads them down quickly, and back to turn 3 they come. Cunane on the inside, Hostetter on the outside. They slide off turn 4, and Hostetter is going to take the advantage back to turn 1. Chucky Kimmel's going to work inside Cunane. A little bit of contact at the exit of turn number 2, but Kimmel's going to stay in the gas. Cunane's going to try and shut the door on Chris Smith. Back to turn number 3. Gets sideways, hang on to it. And here comes Dale Kreiser around the outside. Winner of one of the heat races earlier. Big gaggle of cars from about 4th on back. Chris Smith's going to have a look inside Chris Cunane. That's for the 4th spot. Justin Regal and Ed Hollenbach watching further behind. Cunane's going to turn Chris Smith outside. And we've got one car. It's Daryl Wagner on the side of Chris Cunane's car. Daryl Wagner's car got up over the side of Chris Cunane's car and was pretty much in the air. Looks like all drivers are okay, but that was a wild ride for Daryl Wagner at the exit of turn 4. And it all started when Cunane got loose as Chris Smith was trying to pass him on the inside and basically just hooked Chris Smith up to the outside wall, turned him around, and as Cunane was sliding down, there was nowhere for Daryl Wagner to go, and he drove basically up over top of Chris Cunane's car. And they both came to a rest on the front stretch. Looks like they're going to put both cars, Wagner and Cunane's cars, both back on the hook. Or at least push Cunane's car to the infield while they hook up Daryl Wagner. Chris Cunane's car is rolling past right now, and I'm sorry for those of you listening at home on the National Racing Network. You almost got to see this to believe that this car is still rolling. The roof is pretty well caved in behind where Cunane is sitting. He's going to take that car off the racetrack, but it's kind of a miracle it's still running. Daryl Wagner's car got towed back in front as well. But both those cars will be done for the evening. And to reset things here, it's going to be Troy Hostetter, then Chucky Kimmel, then Chad Kreiser. That's your top 3. Justin Riegel's going to be 4th, and Ed Hollenbach will run 5th. Shane Flaherty, Sammy Yeagley. Then Chad Kreiser, Josh Michael, and Francis Gross completes the top 10. While we have this opportunity under caution, I want to preview once again next week's Ehrman Falk Memorial, and you'll see it here on the National Racing Network. We'll have video cameras here for the first time this season, part of our special races that we'll be covering. The Legends will be here next week among all of the other classes. It's going to be an excellent night for racing, and we hope you'll join us next Friday. If you can't be here at the track, we hope you'll join us on the National Racing Network for the Ehrman Falk Memorial. 1 to go signal is given by head starter Mike Fry, and here we go. 2 laps in the books, 13 to go. Troy Hostetter got away from the outside pole. He's your race leader. Then it's Chucky Kimmel and Dale Kreiser in the 7-Eleven, rounding out the top 3. Here they come back to the backstretch. Justin Riegel, Ed Hollenbach, round out your top 5. Green flag back in the air. We're back underway. Shot to the back bumper of Kreiser's car by Riegel off to turn 3. Here they come. They'll continue to race nose to tail under the flag stand. Ed Hollenbach going to work to the inside of Justin Riegel. He's through to the 4th spot. That car was so dominant last weekend. Can he find his way to the front once again? Meanwhile, it's 3 cars under a blanket for the race lead. Here comes Chucky Kimmel inside Troy Hostetter. They'll race side by side down the back straightaway, off to turn 3, nose to nose, side by side. At the exit of turn 4, it'll be Hostetter to lead that lap by half a car length. And now Ed Hollenbach has joined the party. It's 4 cars, make it 5 back to Riegel, battling for the race lead. Kimmel and Hostetter continue to race side by side. Kimmel got backed up behind one of the lap cars, and that's going to allow Hostetter to scamper away for now. Hollenbach trying to have a look inside Kreiser. That's for the 3rd spot. Chucky Kimmel not able to get away. He's going to try and close the gap in on Troy Hostetter. A little bit of contact further back as the field works their way through some lap traffic. Everybody keeps it straight for now. Side by side, the battle continues. Kreiser on the inside of Kimmel. That's for 2nd. Kimmel still able to clear. Ed Hollenbach now going to try and go to work. And here comes Kimmel now, back to the inside of Hostetter. Good drive off the exit of turn 2, and they'll race side by side once again for the race lead. Back to turn 3. Coming to the halfway flag, 8 laps down, 7 laps to go. And Hollenbach trying to see if he can make a move on Kreiser. That's for the 3rd spot. Kimmel trying to get the pull off turn 2. They'll race side by side once again, back to 3. A lot of lap traffic to negotiate as they come off turn 4, but Kimmel's going to clear for the race lead with 6 to go. At the exit of turn number 4. Now he's put about 2 car lengths. All the lap cars stay to the bottom. Hostetter going to try and squeeze inside Kara Walters and does just that. Kimmel, meanwhile, going to try and squeeze inside Austin Webster. He does that. He's cleared the lap traffic for the time being. It's about 4 car lengths with 5 laps to go. And here comes Dale Kreiser trying to work his way to the inside of Troy Hostetter. Hostetter tried to use Webster as a pick. There might have been contact, but they stay side by side past the lap car, and they'll continue that fight for 2nd. Hollenbach trying to find a way to pounce, but can't do it for the time being. And Chucky Kimmel has gotten away with 3 laps to go. He runs first. Then it's Hostetter, Kreiser, Hollenbach. Justin Riegel rounds off the top 5. Shane Flaherty runs in 6th. The battle for 2nd is hot and heavy, but it's all about half a dozen car lengths behind Chucky Kimmel with 2 laps to go. Kreiser to the inside of Hostetter. That's the battle for the 2nd spot. They'll race side by side down the back straightaway off to turn 3. Chucky Kimmel going to negotiate past the lap traffic one more time. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Chucky Kimmel. Able to work his way methodically through the field, get past Troy Hostetter at the halfway mark, and Chucky Kimmel is going to come under the twin checkers to win in the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers. It'll be Kreiser to come home 2nd. I think Troy Hostetter nudged out Ed Hollenbach for the 3rd spot flag, and it was Justin Riegel to come home 5th, but Chucky Kimmel, he's your winner in the Chargers. Chucky Kimmel, your winner in the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers. Congratulations, Chucky. You were able to get past Troy Hostetter there with about 6 laps to go. Talk me through how you worked through the lap traffic and how were you able to get the win?
Oh, I seen Troy had a push in his car. He had it all night, and we're gonna get that fixed for him. But man, the lap cars, oh man, it's like left and right. You got to go with them. But I gotta thank Fredericksburg Eagle Hotel we couldn't have the party at the hotel, so they went out and got us shirts to sell for all the teams. I have to thank them and the crew.
What a win for Chucky Kimmel. Congratulations, my friend, winner in the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers. One more feature to go on the night. It's the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Mike Boyer and Nunzi Allegrucci going to start on the front row. That feature going to take to the track here in just a few moments. Okay, first time trial race of 2021 for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. It's going to line up like this for the 25 lap feature. Mike Boyer, who won the dash, won his heat race from earlier in the night, is going to start from the pole position. Nunzi Allegrucci won his heat, finished second in the lineup in the second spot on the outside of row 1. Top 8, all set from that dash from earlier in the night. Don Schmidt, who was a quick timer earlier on, he starts inside row 2 alongside Chase Walker. Pete Skias going for 3 in a row. He'll start inside the third row alongside Mike Rutherford. It'll be Scott Gingrich, Ben Stoles, who had issues, didn't come out for the dash. We'll see if they've gotten that remedied. Looks like they have, and he will start in 8th. Then it'll be Steve Dunmeyer and Brandon Heist on row 5. Andrew Dietrich, who was fastest in hot laps, what feels like an eternity ago, on the inside of row 6. JT Ferry alongside of him. Nate Gibble and Brittany Zeller, they'll line up on row number 7. Alex Reinsmith and Anthony Yerger in row 8. Ashley Pignoli is number 99. And the 74 of Jacob Dunn will start alongside Jason Swavely and Darren Schott on row number 10. Richie Hartman, he's going to have a long way to come in that 13 car. He'll start inside row 11, 21st. Dan Boyer will start to his outside. Dallas Sanders and Mike Kreiser slated to start on the final row. The 2 alternates, if needed, are Noah Murkey and Matt Fernsler, but we'll see if everyone gets out there. Field going to go to double file formation, and here we go. Pete Skias has been the only driver in this young 2021 season to take home a checkered flag in the 270s, but it's the defending champ Mike Boyer who starts from pole position. We're creeping up on midnight here at Linda Speedway, but for those of you still at the track and for those of you watching at home, we hope you'll stay awake for 25 more laps because you're not going to regret it. Green flag going to come this time by Mike Boyer. Nunzi Allegrucci on row 1. Here we go. Boyer stands on the gas, and we're underway in the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Allegrucci got a good start, but Boyer going to try to clear off turn 2. He's just barely going to do it down the backstretch and off to turn number 3 as the battle's on for third spot. Between Schmidt and Walker, they race side by side under the flag with Skias in 5th. Skias to the inside of Walker now, and meanwhile, here comes Allegrucci to the inside of Boyer. We've got trouble in turn 2 as Mike Kreiser and Dallas Sanders are tied together after they made contact at the exit of turn 2 and got hooked together, the front bumper of Sanders' car to the rear bumper of Kreiser's car. Going to put us under the yellow flag with 2 laps in the books. And Nunzi Allegrucci was not going away on Mike Boyer. He had run the fastest lap so far, 2 laps in on that lap before the caution, and he was right there with Mike Boyer, not letting the 41 get away too easily. Lineup will get into the correct order. That lineup is now good. It'll be a single file restart. Mike Boyer out in front of Nunzi Allegrucci. Then it'll be Don Schmidt, Chase Walker, Pete Skias. Those were the top 5 in that order. And they remain the top 5 now, single file for this restart with Rutherford, Stoles, Heist, Gingrich and Dietrich, your top 10. Lights are out. Mike Boyer leads him off turn 2. He'll come to the backstretch start line. Green flag is in the air. We're back underway. He pulls Allegrucci by about 2 car lengths. Allegrucci's got about 4 car lengths back to Schmidt, and Pete Skias has worked his way through to 4th. Here comes Allegrucci to the inside of Boyer at the exit of turn number 2. And Consi Allegrucci on the inside. Power move is going to try to get past Mike Boyer, but Boyer hangs tough on the high side. Allegrucci, though, makes that inside work, and he's going to clear Boyer at the exit of turn number 2. Move the 83 to the race lead on lap 3. Boyer not going away by any stretch of the imagination. Those first 2 continue to be under a blanket. They've got about half dozen car lengths back to Schmidt in 3rd. Schmidt's got 3 or so over Skias in 4th. It won't be long, though, before the field gets into some lap traffic. They're already starting to approach about a set of corners away. 6 laps in the books. Allegrucci's pulled away by about 3/4 of a second. The battle's on for 3rd. Skias to the inside of Schmidt, and he's going to complete that pass at the exit of turn 2. We'll have to see now, can Skias try to reel in the race leaders now that he's in some clean racetrack? Allegrucci's pulled away by about a second over Boyer. Battle on for 4th. Ben Stoles to the inside of Don Schmidt. He's going to complete that pass off the turn number 1. Gingrich in 6th spot. And Allegrucci's going to come back to the back of the pack, and 2 cars racing side by side. Ashley Pignoli and Mike Kreiser, they get it singled out, and Allegrucci's going to get past Pignoli at the exit of turn 2. He'll work to the inside of Kreiser at the entrance of turn 3, and he'll complete that pass. 1.68 seconds is the gap between Allegrucci and Boyer, and now there's 2 lap cars separating those 2 with Skias trying to close in and make a run at the 2nd spot. We got 1 car around on the back straightaway. It's Jason Swavely, who slid to the infield. No caution going to be called. Not sure if there was an issue with that car that cost him to get down there, but we stay green, and we're halfway home. As Allegrucci's going to come under the flag this time by. He's got 3 lap cars right in front of him. Darren Schott in the 22, and we got a caution as it's Joe Schmidt, who's off the pace in turn 4. He was running in the 6th spot when that happened, and the quick timer from early in the night comes to a stop after 13 laps at the exit of turn 4. So tough break for Joe Schmidt, who started off the night. He was quick timer, finished 3rd in his heat, finished 3rd in the dash. Had fallen back a little bit in the feature, but was still running well, and now his night's going to end. They're going to tow Jason Swavely's car back to the pit area. Must have had some sort of issue or contact or something of that sort that sent that car to the infield, and officials knew it wouldn't be able to compete, so they let the race stay green. Tough break for Swavely. He's had kind of a rough night. And with 12 laps to go, the 2.23 second lead for Mike Boyer has, beg your pardon, for Consi Allegrucci over Mike Boyer has been erased. Pete Skias going to line up right behind Boyer in 2nd. Keep an eye on Ben Stoles. That car worked his way from 8th to 4th on that run. And Scott Gingrich up from 7th to 5th, completing the top 5. One to go signal given by Mike Fry. Consi Allegrucci out in front of the field. 12 laps to go. Didn't look like Boyer had much for Allegrucci on that run, but you never know. We'll have to see. Skias and Stoles both seem to close a little bit. Here we go. Green flag back in the air. And right away, Skias goes to the inside, and he makes a little bit of contact with Boyer. Got a little bit aggressive there, but kept it straight. Didn't lose too much ground, but it's going to open up the door for Ben Stoles to try to get past. And Scott Gingrich is going to make it 3 wide off the turn 3. They somehow all sorted out. Stoles and Gingrich going to both get in front of Skias and battle for the third spot. Skias falling like a rock now through the field. He gets passed by Rutherford down the backstretch. He's back to 6th, and Gingrich is through to 3rd after a great inside 3-wide move on the restart. But it's Nunzi Allegrucci who's pulled away, and coming to 9 laps to go has put a big gap on Mike Boyer, 1.21 seconds. Scott Gingrich, though, is coming. He's going to come to the inside of Mike Boyer as they come off to turn number 3, and they'll race side by side under the flag stand with 8 laps to go. Gingrich on the inside, Boyer on the outside. Gingrich going to clear at the exit of turn 2 and move the 8 car up to 2nd. Now, does he have anything to try and run down Nunzi Allegrucci with 7 to go? Gap is 1.5 seconds. Race leader back to 2nd. Allegrucci will catch the back of the field before the end of the race, and Gingrich is closing. He cut 0.2 out that lap. Back to 5 laps to go. Scott Gingrich trying to reel in Nunzi Allegrucci. He is coming. He closed in 0.3 that lap. It's under a second with 5 to go. But it may all come down to lap traffic. Allegrucci gets past the first lap car. Gingrich couldn't close in quite as well that lap, but he's going to have an opportunity. Front 2 have distanced themselves from the rest of the field. It's going to be Allegrucci and Gingrich to settle it if we don't see a caution. Gingrich is closing. The gap is down to 4 car lengths, but Allegrucci's going to have to work within some lap cars. He's now got 2 in between he and Gingrich as they come under the twin sticks. 2 to go. Both the lap cars get up out of the way. Brittany Zeller slides high, but it allows Gingrich to go through. Scott Gingrich is closing, but is he going to run out of laps? White flag is in the air. The gap is 3 car lengths. Allegrucci tries to send it to the inside of Dallas Sanders. Gingrich is going to close, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move. Twin checkers are in the air, and Nunzi Allegrucci by 2 car lengths hangs on to win in the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s over Scott Gingrich. Ben Stoles, Mike Boyer, Mike Rutherford round out the top 5 with Pete Skias, Brandon Heist, Richie Hartman, Jacob Dunn, and Alex Rhinesmith, your top 10. Nunzi Allegrucci had to hold off a hard-charging Scott Gingrich, but he's able to pull it off. He's your winner in the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Nunzi Allegrucci, your winner in the Mount Gretna Roller Inc. 270s. And Nunzi, first of all, congratulations. You had to work your way past Mike there early in the race. That car looked quick. But late in the race, I want to know, working through lap traffic, Scott was coming. Did you know he was closing? And if so, you could hold him off through lap traffic.
I had no idea who was back there. I just knew that my left arm was getting weaker. And when I just said, keep it straight, I know I was just trying to hang on.
You almost had a moment with the lap car over there in 1 and 2 on the last lap. It was close, but you were able to get through it.
Just tried keeping straight and tried catching them or clearing them before you got in the corner because you didn't know which way they were going.
Who do you got to thank for this victory, Nunzi?
Oh. I got to thank my buddy Jeff. He puts up with me every week here. Thank my wife and kid. They're home sleeping. Penske Shocks. He put me a special package together. Terry and I came together and built this car a little different than standard, and by God, it works. So, but my parents and everybody helps me.
Well, if your kids are sleeping, they're going to be able to wake up tomorrow morning, listen on NRN, and listen to their dad win. Congratulations, Nunzi Allegrucci, your winner. So that's going to do it for a spectacular night of racing here at the Linda's Speedway. Once again, your winners, the Excel Tour Modifieds. It was Sam Chicatano getting the victory after a disqualification to the original race winner. Mike Rutherford got the win in the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire 600s. Chucky Kimmel taking home the victory in the Appalachian Auto LLC Chargers. And Nunzi Allegrucci, you just heard from, taking home the victory, an emotional one, in the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. We'd like to thank everybody who came out to the track this evening and everybody listening at home on the National Racing Network on a great night of racing. We'll be here next Friday night for the Ehrman Falk Memorial. Legends will be in town and all the other classes. It's going to be a great show, and we can't wait to bring it to you on the National Racing Network. But until then, I'm Casey Kreider saying so long. We'll see you next Friday night live from Linda's Speedway.